Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another Talk with the Titans study session. Tonight's show actually is going to be about the Kemetic concept of God. Is the Kemetic concept of God compatible with the Abrahamic faiths? Can we compare and contrast them? And, can we give some more light, some more information, some more depth to the Kemetic understanding of cosmology, of how things actually came into existence? How did the universe actually begin? So I know at Speaker's Corner, we have a lot of discussion around this subject matter. We definitely do have my brother Sarah, who is always going every single week, talking about energy. I heard most atheists talking about energy as well. And then obviously we have our religious family who are convinced it's Allah or it's God, or it's different ideas are floating around. So I definitely want to give you some clarification from an Egyptian, from an African, from a Kemetic standpoint, and from then hopefully we can take some questions from our audience members and get things a little bit more interesting. So what I would love for you guys to do is, before we actually do start, is please hit the share button, hit the share link, let everybody know that we are live finally right now. This is a big show that we've got in store for you. Trust me, it's real powerful. This one here, I'm sure it's going to go down in the archives. Now, you know what? I'm going to introduce my brother, Gabs. Gabs, say peace to the family, King.
What's happening? What's happening, everybody? What's good? What's good? What's good?
All right. You know what? Damn. Did you not hear that? Did you hear that? Nah, you didn't hear that. Let me do it again. Let me restart that show again. So let me do it again. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Talk with the Titans study session. It's going to be a powerful show, everybody. This show is going to be dedicated to the Egyptian or the Kemetic concept of God. What is the Kemetic concept of God? Do they have a cosmology? Do they have a creation story? What is the purpose of man from the Kemetic standpoint? We're going to go into so much details and depth. We're going to be comparing and contrasting the Kemetic stories or the Kemetic mythology and cosmology with the Abrahamic faiths. Does it tie into the Bible, the Quran, and so forth, or is it diametrically opposed? Okay, so this is what we're going to go in today. I've got my brother Gabs with me. Say peace to the family, Gabs.
Peace, everybody. Peace.
Excellent. Now, I know we have a lot of discussion at Speaker's Corner pertaining to, what created the universe, or is the universe infinite? Is it energy, or is it God? Is it Allah, or is it, the quantum realm and things of that nature? So we're definitely going to be going into that today. We're going to be hitting up a lot of things where we're going to be inclusive. We're going to be drawing in our family, both, not even both, from the multiplicity of our family, whether you're a Hebrew, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Christian, whether you're an atheist, I'm pretty much sure, or a Kemetic or African, grounded individual, no matter where you are grounded or your foundation is, I'm pretty much sure that it's going to be a show that you're going to enjoy. We're definitely going to incorporate all of those different traditions into one show, and we definitely want to get your input as well. So before we actually do properly start, if you do actually want to get on the panel, hit me up via Facebook. My details are in the description box, literally down below. You can find it. My Facebook, Kalam, space SP, space EL. You can find it there. Just inbox me and request the link for tonight's show. And we'll definitely have you on. I can't send out the link like I did last time because we have a lot of trolls that might just jump in. So I definitely want to select the key individuals that we do put on the show. So if you're from America, come on, join in, man. If you're from the UK, join in. From the rest of the world, Norway, Scotland, wherever, Amsterdam, Ghana, wherever you are, please come on and join in the show. So right about now, Gabs, are you ready? Are you ready, my brother? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm there.
Because I've got to ask this first question, okay? I've got to ask this first question. And the question is, Yahweh, Theos, Allah, and Ra, are they the same God? Is the Kemetic God the same as Yahweh, the Hebrew God, Theos, the Christian God, Allah, the Muslim God? Are all of those gods the same, or are they different?
Okay, are they the same? Are they the same? I would say and no. Yes and no. Be a mixture. I'd say yes and no.
Okay.
Yes and no. The thing is with the Kemetic God, The only difference is that from a Kemetic standpoint, we see God in everything. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
God is everything. Whereas when you're dealing with the Abrahamic religions, God is separate from creation. You see what I'm saying? I think that's the only thing that we kind of can say that is different.
What's about the Christians?
It's just this.
The Christians now. Don't forget the Christians.
Oh, that's true. Oh, actually, that's true. Actually, yeah, the Christians. It's not different from the Christians. I think the Christians share the same kind of the same idea, where God is also in nature and is also in His creation. So it's kind of the same like the Kemetic way.
Ooh, it's going to be interesting. I already see that we have a lot of Christians tuned in right now. Definitely would love to get your inputs. So this is a question I'm putting out there in the comment section. Is the Abrahamic God, so we have Allah, we have, Theos, which is God, we have Yahweh or Elohim, are they the same deity as the Kemetic deities, or are all those deities the same as each other, or are there stark differences? So that's a question I definitely want to see answered in the comment section, and I definitely want to pull up those key comments and those key answers to our audience as well. Now, for me, I think that is that answer there is diverse, and it's we have so many different people that have different understanding of who and what God is. So at one point it is subjective in the state that everybody has their own conceptualization of God. So a Hebrew God versus a Christian God will be completely different, or a Muslim God versus a Christian God will be completely different, for the simple fact they have their own type of nomenclature that they each relate to differently. They have their own cultures, they have their own traditions, they have their own different stories and their own conceptualizations of God at the same time. So it depends on who you're talking to. Subjectively, somebody might simply say, nope, my God is different to your God. But at the same time, you could even argue and say it is the same God. It depends on who you're speaking to. But from an objective point of view, I'll have to say that we'll have to look at the function. Is the function of those gods the same throughout? For example, do all of them claim to be their gods to be the creators of the heavens and the earth? We all see that in them. So they all have the same function. They all have a creator. They all have the Almighty. They all have, the sustainer that sustains all things that are living. So technically, they are the same deity, but they are the different understanding of that one particular deity, in my humble opinion. But I want to know your answers down below. Are these different gods, are these gods different from each other, or are they one and the same? Is it simply our perception that makes them different, or are they simply 100% different from each other? So I want to know from your answers down below. Again, I see a lot of you lot are tuning in. Please give us a big thumbs up. Let us know that you're loving the information. Let us know that you support Titans TV. That's key. That's number one. I want to know that you support us out there. I want to see you give us some big likes. All right. I'm reading some comments over here as we're speaking. So again, we have a lot of Christians. We have some Muslims in the building. Where's my Kemetics? Where's my Kemetics at? Because this is really to do with you. Here we go. Ra'atum Kheper says, peace to the family. Yep, peace to the family indeed. Okay. No, God can't be like us. So you know what? Kemet is a historical point of reference, identifying African contributions to civilization. Christianity, Islam, and Judaism is some fairy tale ideology used to control the masses of the people. Whoo! Okay, Josh also says, if Kemetians say energy, ethers, etc., they aren't being genuine. English is the only barrier. Wow. Okay. So we have a lot of opinions going on right now in the comment section. I'm loving that. Yo, Gabs, you saying, are you here with me? Are you ready to go in?
Yeah, I'm here with you, man. I'm here. Let's go.
I want to know, okay, this is key. This is really fundamental now. I want to know what is the concept of God in Kemet. What is the concept of God in Kemet?
Okay, so the concept of God in Kemet, how can I explain it? There's like three parts that you deal with. So you have obviously the first concept being, let's talk about you have the primordial waters.
I want to know, let me
Yeah.
make this, let me make this easy. Let me make this real easy for our audience to understand first and foremost.
Yeah.
Did the Kemetians, or from an African point of view, do they have monotheism, pantheism, polytheism, pantheism, all the theism? What would you say it is, as a nice grounding for people to kind of understand? Is there a
I would
one God
say
concept, or is it something else?
it's more pantheism.
Okay.
And maybe yeah, more pantheist. I'm a poor pantheist religion.
Okay. Could you explain that a little bit for us?
So pantheism, as in seeing, we see God in everything. So God in a Kemetic standpoint. God was seen in nature. You see what I'm saying? And also God was seen in His creation.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was part of the one. But what it is you just have different forms of the one. You see what I'm saying? So if we're gonna say that in the beginning all there was God, and He's now going to create or bring things into being, it's all gonna come from God. We won't say that it came from nothing. You see what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Okay, I'm hearing that. I'm hearing that. So you're basically going into the argument of creation, nihil, creator, or how can I put it simply? Creation out of nothing. There was no concept of creation out of nothing. There had to be some matter, some energy, some force, something there that God created things out of. And you're saying God created things out of Himself, would you say, or from somewhere else?
I would say he would have to create it out of himself, because if we're saying all there is God and there's nothing else except for God, he would only have to bring things into existence out of himself, or from his will, or from his essence.
Mhm. Okay, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you on that. Um, you know what? As well, I actually wanted to touch on this as well, because we have, from a Kemetic point of view, we have that's quite different from some religions. Some religions view God as being quite transcendent. This is a great argument actually that Sarah and brother Ahmed, my Somali Muslim, had the other day, whether energy or God is transcendent or transcendent basically. But from a Kemetic point of view, and mostly from an African perspective, God is literally both transcendent and immanent, meaning He's both very far off and very close by, where you can actually feel His presence. In saying that itself, actually, let me actually draw again. Everybody should know about this book by now. This is the African Religions and Philosophy. And on page 29, actually, it says here, God is the origin and sustenance of all things. He is older than the Zamani period. He is outside and beyond His creation. On the other hand, He is personally involved in His creation, so that it is not outside of Him or His reach. God is thus simultaneously transcendent and immanent, and a balanced understanding of these two extremes is necessary in our discussion of the African conceptualization of God. So, from a Muslim standpoint, God is literally transcendent. Whatever you can imagine, it could not possibly be God. He has no contact, so to speak, with God, with the human beings. But from a Kemetic understanding, or an African understanding, God is very much so immanent, where you actually can feel God, you can touch God, you can sense God, you can conceptualize God. But at the same time, He is very far off and very far removed from you. So there is kind of like a polarity there, which is, taking place at the same time. Did you want to speak any further on that? Nope. All right, let me
Yeah, no,
continue. Yeah. I see if you wanted to speak on anything further than that.
no, sorry. I was just busy doing something at the minute. Yeah, carry on. I'll jump in when I'm ready.
All right. Cool. Let me just make sure I got everybody on the comment section. Yeah, we're going. All right. So, in that being said as well, I actually wanted to talk about We've got so much questions here. Let me just make sure I've got everybody's comments read out before I actually keep on going in, because we have our Sikis. See, another thing as well, and I see a lot of our Siki brothers as well have been coming in and contacting me as well, and they say that, you know what, the Kemetic conceptualization is fitting very much so in their paradigm, and I would really love to invite our Siki brothers onto the show to have a further discussion on their personal beliefs and the things that they are espousing with inside of their own particular religion. So yeah, let's keep it flowing right now. So also, we was talking about creation and things being created out of nothing from the religious perspective, but from the Kemetic perspective, we have the concept of God being everything, or God being the all, so to speak. The all, anything that you could possibly think of, imagine, touch, taste, feel, and sense is what God is in its minuscule part. How can I make that make more sense? So, for example, in the a Kemetic point of view, there is something called the Nun, as my brother previously was explaining. The Nun was the the ocean, the waters, which is the energy mass. And God was the one who was able to rise out of that energy mass and construct things out of that energy mass and cause matter to come into existence, and cause the universe to come into existence, cause the skies and the earth and everything else to come out of those primordial waters. Those waters was a symbol of perpetual infinity. So God existed in perpetual infinity, existed in perpetual darkness, was there in the perpetual waters, so to speak, of energy and potentiality in that quantum field. And he was the one to actually come out and mold things out of those potentialities and make the universe come into existence. Okay. Gabs, I'm going to put it on to you now. Go on, man. Can you go any further onto that?
Onto the existence of basically on the Kemet gods. Yeah. So basically, yeah, what Kalam was basically saying on from a Kemetic standpoint, yeah, we've seen the creator as everything. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So for me personally, I would see if we're saying we want to understand the nature and the character of God, you have to understand the creation. You see what I'm saying? The creation is the only way you're going to kind of get to understand the creator. The same way, if somebody's famous painter does a painting in a certain way, you're going to get that connection with the painter by looking at what he's made. Or you're going to get the connection by artists by what they've done and what they've drawn. You see what I'm saying? Or even with music, certain artists, they play in the style and the type of music that they play. So if you hear a certain beat, hold on a minute, that's so and so. You see what I'm saying? So I think the creation is basically God's mark, saying, "Listen, if you can understand all of this, it will bring you closer to me." You see what I'm saying? So that's how I see it. And then that's what I've also seen throughout the Kemetic writings and the glyphs and the way they explain their stories and their mythology. It makes sense to me. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't say that God is a being separate from creation, because if God is separate from creation, and I can't look at creation and I can't look at the creation that's around me and see God, then now everything that my senses are aware of, I can't use that to explain what this God is. So that God would be nothing, basically nothing to me. I wouldn't be able to understand what that God is, because if I can't look at this physical world and this reality and everything that's been given to me and see God and understand him, then he basically doesn't exist. You
Okay.
see?
So basically, I want to know, how did these ancient Egyptians, these Kemetics, come up with the understanding of God? Was it, with some miraculous supernatural intervention that came down and espoused what God it was? or did they? How did they come to know God?
Okay, now to me, I think it's simple. I think the way they came to know God is, like I said, through their environment, what they was exposed to. You see what I'm saying? Because you got to think about it. Thousands of years back, the ancient people, we didn't have iPhones, and we didn't have airplanes, and they didn't have Mercedes Benz and BMWs and all these TV shows that that we have for entertainment and for enjoyment. So nature was seen as their entertainment. They had to understand nature. They had to come. They had to become. I would say they were more in tune with nature because that's all they had around them. They didn't have the distractions like we have today. So I think the way they understood the creator is through the creation. So watching the way the animals partake in their day-to-day lives, looking at the heavens and the skies and seeing how the sun interacts with the moon, and the way the seasons happen. All these things they took time and accuracy to understand and gain knowledge. And I think it was through that understanding and knowledge they came to the conclusion that, listen, everything, if we say there is a great creator, we can see it through the creation because everything around us is created. You see what I'm saying?
Indeed. Now there is a famous maxim that's even on the walls of ancient Egypt, in Karnak, and even in Greek temples themselves, in the Temple of Apollo, which obviously, for those of us who know and study history, is that, the Greeks were heavily taught. All of the great philosophers were heavily taught by the ancient Egyptians. Now, there is this powerful quote that I'm sure everybody here knows, which is know thyself. Know thyself. But the quote actually continues and says, know thyself, and thou shalt know all the mysteries of the gods and the universe. Okay, and this is literally what the ancient Egyptians did. They were very, they weren't believers. That's one of the things that I actually love about ancient Egypt. They weren't taught to go out and believe something, taught something, and then simply believe it. They were investigators. They were knowledge seekers. They were the ones that would look at their environments, look at inside of themselves, and come to the conclusion of what God is and the mysteries of the universe itself. Now, I'm going to actually quote something coming from the Middle Egyptian from James P. Allen, and he states here, it says here, the Egyptians' gods, let me go to something nice first. Okay, the ancient Egyptians faced the same physical universe we do, and like us, they attempted to understand and deal with it. But without the benefit of our accumulated knowledge, they had to find their own explanation for natural phenomena and their own methods of dealing with them. The answers they came up with are what we call Egyptian religion. Where we see impersonal elements and forces at work in the world, the Egyptians saw the wills and actions of beings greater than themselves, the gods. Not knowing the scientific origin of wills and of diseases, for example, they could only imagine that some malevolent force was behind it. Though they might and did develop practical remedies to combat diseases, they also believed it was necessary to drive off or appease the forces that had caused the illness in the first place. It says here, the Egyptians' gods and goddesses are nothing more or less than the elements and forces of the universe. The god did not just control these phenomena like the Greek god Zeus with his lightning bolts, and they were the elements and forces of the world. We recognize this quality by saying that the Egyptian gods were immanent in the phenomena of nature. The wind, for example, was the god Shu. In one text, Shu describes himself as follows: I am Shu, my clothing is the air, my skin is the pressure of the wind. When an Egyptian felt the wind on his face, he felt that Shu had brushed against him. Just as there are hundreds of recognizable elements and forces of nature, so too there were hundreds of Egyptian gods. The most important, of course, are greatest natural phenomena. They include the Atum, the original source of all matter, and his descendants Geb, Nut, the earth, and the skies, basically. And they also had abstract principles of human behavior, where we also have gods and goddesses. For example, order and harmony is Ma'at, disorder and chaos is Seth, creativity, Ptah, and reasoning to Thoth or Jehuti, rage, Sekhmet, and love, Hathor. Yeah, so I'm going to leave it like that, basically, to basically say that from, this is, an Egyptologist speaking upon how the ancient Egyptians came to know what God was. And it was literally by surveying their environment and coming up with the concepts of what God is based upon their environment. It wasn't something that was supernatural, but very much so natural. What they see in their day-to-day lives, the grounding principles or the defining principles that makes up the universe, is what they consider to be the manifestation of God. In the ancient Egyptian understanding, there was the creator or the most high God, which would have been the Atum principle. And the Atum principle was the creator that birthed things out into existence. And every single manifestation of things, such as the heavens, such as the earth, weren't simply abstract objects that have no soul or identity or personality to it, but they were the manifestations and emanations of that one creator source, dividing itself and splitting itself into the forces of nature. So for the ancient Egyptians, literally once God creates the airs or the skies, it was a personal embodiment of him within inside of nature. And they perceive that as one aspect of God, if that makes any sense to my people out there. Brother, you wanted to continue?
Nah, cool. I'm still listening to what you're saying, bro.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So we just discussed the whole immanent nature of God being so close as well to us that we can actually perceive in our day-to-day lives. But there's also something called the transcendent nature as well. And I wanted to get another quote from the transcendent nature of God. And it says here, by the 18th dynasty, this is the same book, Middle Egyptian, from James P. Allen. And it says here, from the 18th dynasty, Egyptian theologians had even begun to recognize that all divine forces could be understood as aspects of a single great God, Amun, king of the gods. The name Amun means hidden. Although his will and actions could be seen in the individual phenomena of nature, Amun himself was above all of them. Farther than the sky, deeper than the duat, too secret to uncover his awesomeness, too powerful to know. Of all the Egyptian gods, Amun alone existed apart from nature, yet his presence was perceptible in all the phenomena of daily life. The Egyptians expressed this dual character in the combined form Amun-Ra, a god who was hidden yet manifest in the greatest of all natural forces. So that's I just wanted to read that out for everybody to kind of get grasp of understanding that, the ancient Egyptians viewed both God as being immanent based upon his creation or based upon his manifestation throughout the environment that we are able to perceive. And he is both transcendent, being so far from his actual from his creation or his manifestation, meaning that the very first principle of him is what we come to know as atom, or the very first things in matter is what we get to know. But there is also the hidden aspect of him, the aspect of him that is not actually apparent in nature. And we still look at that and we still know that there is something much more deeper than just the natural world itself or the natural perceivable world itself. Okay. Again, I'm going to just do a little short break. For everybody who's enjoying the show so far, please give us a big thumbs up. If you've got some questions, I'm literally looking at them right now on the comment section. So please type your comments up, but at the same time, give me a big thumbs up if you're loving the show so far. And for those of you who are new to actually Titans TV or Talk with the Titans, Titans TV was birthed out of the idea that the intellectual giants, the titans of our community, should have a well-organized platform to present, discuss, and debate critical information affecting our community proposed by you, our audience members, our community. So if you've got any topics that you would like us to delve into, please type them up and then we'll go into it. Okay, we'll definitely go into it. And let me know if you would like to actually join the panel and ask some questions or actually give your own understanding on the Kemetic religion or the Kemetic God or the Abrahamic gods itself. All right. I'm just making sure that I don't actually have anybody who is sending me a message request to come onto the show. All right. Perfect. All right. Go
I
ahead.
was gonna ask. I was gonna ask you. I was gonna say, if you can ask the viewers and the people out there, because obviously what we've already discussed so far is some heavy stuff there. Breaking down obviously perceive God and how they viewed God. So I wanted you to ask the viewers out there if anything that they've heard that you said and what you've explained about the Kemetic gods, if it sounds weird or if it's strange, or they think that's blasphemous, or they're against the thought that God can't be in creation. You see what I'm saying? He can't dwell amongst his creation. Do you know what I mean? I just want to see what the viewers think and if they have any questions on that.
All right. All right. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna definitely wait to see. We've got a few. Another thing, please tag my name, Titans TV. Please tag Titans TV so I can see who's asking a question or who's sending me a question directly. So we've got somebody here called Magazi, and he says, please recommend your favorite books. Okay, we might have to go into that. Who we got here? Bigger Valley, Big Up Titans TV. Peace, Kalam, peace to you. So I'm actually going to do that real quickly. It depends on what you actually like. My favorite books, I would say my all-time favorite books has to be number one, Napoleon Hill. Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. That's one of my all-time favorite books. I definitely do recommend that book. Number two, what is a good book to read? One of my other favorite books is Herodotus, The Histories. You know what? If you want a nice grounding on ancient historical inquiry, that's a very good book that I particularly love and enjoy. Other than that, what is another good book? I'll tell you, one of my other favorite books as well is George G.M. James, Stolen Legacy. That is one of my favorite books as well. Okay, so somebody here is, in short, what is Kemetics? Okay, in short, Kemetics. Technically, I think I've started to popularize that term, Kemetics or Kemet or Kemetic. In terms of my British audience grasping what it is. So Kemet itself, Kemet is actually the landmass or the empire of ancient Egypt, which had a nice dynastic span for over 3,000 to 4,000 years. So that's all the way from, let's say Syria, top of Egypt, all the way down into the Sudan and even into Ethiopia or Somalia, some would even state, and even also westwards as well into certain parts of Libya and so forth. So this is the Kemetic, this is Kemet itself, the ancient Egyptian landmass. But when we're talking about Kemet, the word itself literally means black or black people or the black land. So in that being said, we kind of term anybody with African philosophy, traditional indigenous African philosophy, Kemetic, so to speak, based upon being of the black land and following that traditional indigenous Kemetic or ancient Egyptian or ancient African thought pattern or philosophy. That's really and truly how I coined Kemetic itself. So it's really to do with the landmass of ancient Egypt and the teachings that they basically espoused. But as a catch-all phrase, a catch-all term, it even includes other people that hold on to the Kemetic ideologies, such as Hermeticism, such as even, Yoruba, and other things of the traditional African understanding. We kind of term it and kind of put it all under one bandwagon of Kemetic itself. But it's kind of like a made-up phrase, but it's a catch-all phrase at the same time. And those who are in the know, they kind of know. Okay, can I join Titans TV? Of course, you can join. All you literally would have to do is go down in the description box, add me on Facebook. That is Kalam, Kalam, space SPEL. bring the Somali brother. I would definitely love to bring the Somali brother. That's the way to contact me. If he's on here already, that's the way to contact me. Let me just keep on reading. Talk about how wickedness is justified, for lack of better words, among Kemet or chaotic energy, and how can that standpoint, when looking at from a mental standpoint, nature, empathy. Okay, that one's a bit tricky. That's a bit tricky. Okay, so that's it. Did you want to say anything, Gabs? Or shall we keep on flowing?
Shall we keep on flowing? Keep on flowing.
So now, you know what? Again, let me jump into this as well. Let me jump into this. So we've got a video editor. Yep. Do you need any help? Again, inbox me. This is Eric Cervantes. Inbox me, and we can talk. Inbox me and we can talk. Okay, so I see there's a few people that would like to join in. Let me just send you the link so you can join us on here. So bear with me. I'm just making sure that everybody who wants the link gets the link. So I have a question here. So, you know, a lot of times, definitely by Sarah, he brings up the idea that, energy is what these Muslims or Christians or anybody else is considering to be God. I want to know, what are your thoughts on that, Gabs?
I would say, yeah, my thoughts on that is I could see what Sarah means. I can see where Sarah's saying where he would say energy would be the God that everybody's talking about. Well, it would have to be. Basically, going back to what I was saying, that if God is supposed to be everywhere and everything and eternal, you know what I mean? You can say energy shares the same link. You can find energy in everything. Everything contains some sort of energy in some shape or form. So I can understand what he means by when he says energy. You know what I mean? But obviously a lot of people get onto him saying, why are you always talking this energy talk? What's this energy? But when you actually break it down and understand the science, and obviously you break it down, you look at it from a religious standpoint, you can see where they both go hand in hand. I don't see why anybody would complain and say, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean?
Definitely. I'm with you there, because from from a religious perspective, God is supposedly omnipotent, omniscient, everywhere at once. It cannot be created. He's the uncreated creator and so forth. Now, that is literally what energy is. If you wanted to go into that, when we go into, I believe it's the law of conservation, the first law of thermodynamics, and it basically states that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. However, energy can change forms, and energy can flow from one place to another. A particular consequence of the law of conservation of energy is that the total energy of an isolated system does not change. So basically, energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It merely changes or transforms shape or form. And this is from the ancient Egyptian perspective. What people will call energy, or the quantum realm, to be honest with you, is what the ancient Egyptians perceived the primordial waters to be. They literally perceived the primordial waters to be the infinite realm of potentiality, of unmanifested power or unmanifested potentiality. But when things come into the manifestation, okay, this is the realm of the created realm, or creation, so to speak. And the one who does that, or transforms the energy mass into matter itself, is what they consider to be God, or the creator, or Atum. Okay, so now, you know what, I think the theory of relativity by Einstein, perfectly states it. E equals mc squared. So energy is literally mass squared. So energy is literally mass, or mass is literally energy. They're just both vibrating at the different densities or frequencies or levels of buoyancy. Okay, now from the Kemetic point of view, actually, let me bring something up here. Let me bring something up because you know me, I love texts. I love texts. Let's see if I can get it up for you. So this is, I'm going to bring up something called Creation Myths from Johnston. Let's see if I can share my screen. Is it possible for me to share my screen? Application window, perfect. I'm going to share my screen right now. And here we go. And it says here that the Egyptians conceived of the various elements of the material world as the embodiment, physical manifestation, or terrestrial incarnation of the individual gods. The sun was the terrestrial manifestation of the sun god Ra. Let me just skip. Atum was called the all or one because all that he created, immaterial gods and material world, was simply an extension of himself. The Egyptian creator was immanent in his creation. Creation in Egyptian cosmology was not ex nihilo, but was a transformation of the immaterial deity into his material manifestation. Likewise, the primeval waters, once the lifeless infinite monad, transformed itself in the waters of life from which all living beings and things in the cosmos would ultimately spring. Let me just make sure. Is that what I wanted to get? Yeah, that is literally what I wanted to get. So basically what I'm trying to get at here is, let me just make sure I've got the right one beforehand. Yeah, so what I wanted to actually get to, the point was that it was a transformation of energy, transformation of the immaterial into its material manifestation. So God was just literally a transformation of his infinite immaterial self into the material world. Okay, so you have the infinite primordial waters, which is energy itself, and God transforms himself into physical matter. So when he transforms himself into physical matter, he now becomes the embodiment of the sun. He becomes the embodiment of the skies. He becomes the embodiment of the earth. He becomes the embodiment of the air, etc., etc., etc. It's simply a transformation of energy, one form of energy into a separate form of energy. Is there any questions on that one? We actually have somebody new with us. Peace, my brother. I know you asked for the link to come in. Would you like to chime in?
Yeah, I'm actually doing a series on Kemet. I'm trying to do a series on. I've done a few videos, so it's nice for me to learn, see what actually is taught in Kemet, so I can not talk biasly when I'm doing my videos. So I'm just learning. So yeah.
All right. Okay. Cool. Somebody actually asked here, who is this? Let me just make sure I got it. Got Osar M. K. It says, go to Khanum. Yeah, we'll talk about Khanum a little bit later on. Into the Nun. There you go. Okay. Yeah. We're talking about the Nun.
I was gonna say something. I was gonna say that point what you just explained on the primordial waters. Our Christian brothers and sisters should be coming for us at that point, because obviously, in Genesis, in the book, in the Bible, in the Torah, you have God, who was in the void and darkness, and he was moving, or should I say hovering, over the waters. You see what I'm saying? You still get that same connection of the waters, and that's in Genesis 1:2, where God is moving over the waters. So you can see the same kind of idea and concept with these waters. What are these waters that they're talking about that the spirit is in?
That's true. That is, that's something that is common amongst both biblical and Quranic text. There is always the waters there with God. If we go into Genesis, we say Genesis, what is it? Genesis 1:2?
Yeah, Genesis 1:2, yeah.
Let me see if I can put it up real quickly. Genesis 1:2. We also have that same concept. Let's see if I can pull it up straight away. Genesis Sis, so we got here, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form, and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And then God said, let there be light, and so forth. So the waters is already there with God, so to speak. We find the same understanding amongst the Islamic world, where, God was hovering over the waters. He created his throne and he sat over the waters. There was always these waters that things were created out from. And that's the problem we have mainly from our religious family. They literally believe in creation out. Some of them believe in creation out of nothing. Things simply came into existence because it came into existence, because God created things out of nothing, which is really argument from absurdum, because you can't create something out of nothing. It literally does not make any sense. But this is what usually the Muslims tend to argue. But unfortunately, they don't actually read their text themselves and understand that God was actually hovering over these waters and was pulling things out of these waters, was creating from the waters, creating from the primordial matter or the primordial energy, and bringing things into existence. You with me?
Yeah. Spot on there, bro. Definitely.
Trust me. I was even gonna look to bring up some text to even back that up.
Yeah. Bring those texts, bro.
Yeah.
Don't be scared now.
Don't be scared now.
Don't be.
Let me actually, talk for a little bit, because this actually is gonna literally jump straight into what was the other question we got here? We got another question here, which is to do with describe the Kemetic creation story of the universe and man. So we're definitely going to be describing the creation story of the creation of the universe and man, and that's what I'm going to jump into soon. But I actually wanted to bring up some text before I do that. So I don't know if you could just take over real quickly as I pull up these texts, and then we can jump straight in again.
Okay. Yeah, so I hope everybody's enjoying so far what Kalam is presenting, and what the discussion is about today. Understanding the the Kemetic idea of God, and God being a part of nature and being a part of everything. People a clearer understanding into this whole Kemetic movement or teachings that more and more people are starting to get into, especially down at Speaker's Corner. I know a lot of our Muslim brothers and Christian brothers, they ask questions like, what is this Kemetic stuff that you guys believe in? Is it a religion? Is it this? Is it, do you have a God? Is he you know what I mean? Is there a heaven? Is there a hell? Like all these questions is what we get at Speaker's Corner. You see what I'm saying? And it's good to have dialogue and make people understand and teach and learn from each other, so people can get a better understanding and idea of where we're coming from and our point of view. You see what I'm saying? Instead of having a straight negative, like, oh, hold on, this is against our religion. Like we don't want to hear this. Like, what do you mean? A joking and laughing thing, because even if when you go through the text, you can see there's a lot of similarities in the three Abrahamic religions and the Kemetic teachings. There's not really anything that different. You see what I'm saying? So things like this, shows like this, where you get to hear different ideas and concepts, it's good for people to learn. Jot things down, go back home, research it, watch this video again. You know what I mean? Do some homework, do some studying, and then if you do come down to Speaker's Corner and you do bump into people like me, Kalam or Sarah, you can ask them these questions.
And you know what? I got something here. I'm gonna ask a question to my audience out there. I want to know, where was God before he created everything?
Woo!
Where was God before he created everything? I got my brother. Let me hear the answer to this.
Well, from the Bible, we know that God is eternal and that he has always been. So before the earth, he would have probably been just him there, or probably with the angels. At some point, he created heaven, so his existence would have been infinite. So I don't really think he, began. He's just always been there. if that makes sense. Because it says he created the heavens and the earth. So the heavens and the earth came after. He's always been there, though.
All right.
That's
So
how I see it.
but where was he? Where was he before he created the heavens?
I don't think that's a very, crucial question or answer. It's like, what color is he, or like, what, what, you know what I mean? It's like one of those, like, it's not that important, if that makes sense.
It's not that deep. It's not that deep, man. It's not that deep, fam. All right, I hear you. I hear you. I'm going to answer it from a Muslim point of view. Okay, so I'm going to answer it from a Muslim point of view right now. Let me know if you could see that I'm sharing my screen. You can see that?
No, not yet.
Can you see?
Yeah, I can see that now. Yep.
All right. So from a Muslim perspective, let me just see who actually asked this question. Okay. So Abu Razin asks, the messenger of God, where was our Lord before he created his creation? The prophet replied, he was in a cloud with no air underneath or above it. Then he created his throne upon the water. Interesting. And then there's another quote here. I asked the messenger of God, where was our Lord before he created the heavens and the earth? The prophet replied, in a cloud with air above and underneath it. Then he created his throne upon the water. And then there's another one here. Whereupon the messenger of God said, God existed while there was nothing else. His throne was upon the water, and all that was going to be was written on the memorial tablet before anything else was created. Then God created 7 heavens. Whereupon the messenger of God said, God was upon the throne. He was before everything, and he wrote everything that was going to be on the tablet. Now, what's so very interesting from that is that somebody actually even asked the question. That's one of those questions that nobody don't really ask, where was God before he created things? And from a Muslim understanding, coming from their books, I'm quoting from Tabari, and you can actually see the isnad, or the chain of narrations of where every single one of these are coming from. This is from the creation of the flood, Tabari volume 1. And he gives a very, very great answer. You know what? God was in some type of air cloud or air bubble, and he was hovering over some waters, or in some waters, in some type of biosphere, so to speak, upon his throne. And then he started to create things. Now, this is very, very crucial, because this is kind of ties in exactly with how the ancient Egyptian conceptualization was. Okay. The ancient Egyptian conceptualization is this. Let me actually bring it up real quickly. Let's see if I can get it in. See, I need somebody to get me to be my little filibuster real soon. Let me bring up some texts. First of all, let me give a nice little narration of how things actually came into existence from an ancient Egyptian perspective. And I'm going to read here. Okay. So basically, we literally have in ancient Egypt, we have like 4 major, centers that told the creation story. We have Heliopolis, which is a place in Egypt. We have Memphis, we have Thebes, and we had Hermopolis. And each one of them had their creation story, basically. But they all were kind of similar and unanimous with it. Each version followed the basic storyline. The original undifferentiated monad evolved in the primeval waters. Out of these waters emerged Atum, the demiurge, creator god who was generated or self-generated in the waters. His generation in the waters was manifested by a sudden appearance of supernatural light. At the dawn of time, Atum, the creator god, appeared on the primordial hill. When the waters receded, Atum generated the Ennead, manifested in the creation of the material world. The apex of this theogony or cosmogony was the generation of Ra, Amun, and corresponding creations of the sun as his divine image, whose birth was represented by the first sunrise. The daily recurrence of the sunrise and sunset represents a continual process of one-day creation mythology. The creation of humanity and an accidental event. Humanity sprang from the ground from the weeping of the creator God. At the end of the one-day creation activity, the creator God rested in satisfaction, not weariness, and the creation cycle is completed by the mythical physical birth of Pharaoh as the firstborn of Ra, or Amun, as the ruler of the terrestrial realm, corresponding to the sun's role as the ruler of the celestial realm. You know what? I'm just going to pause real quickly because I realize we have so many people trying to actually get in and actually speak. They're actually calling. I'm not too sure if you can see everything that's going on, but I want to do this. I want to just send everybody the link. If you would like to get the link to come on, just message me via Facebook, and I will send you the link where you can join in on the conversation. But right now, since I know you lot are calling, I'm going to try to send the link to you directly, real quickly. So I apologize to our audience who are tuned in right now. But let me just get this over to everybody who wants to actually join in. There you go. I want to make sure that you all have your opportunity to come on Times TV and actually have your say. Okay? Please come in and have your say. If we're saying something that you don't agree with, come in and have your say. I don't want this to be finished with and then you didn't have your say. So please, if you want to come onto the show and have your say, come in and have your say. Okay, so we've got my brother Marshall Mathers. Peace, King. I know you're calling all the way from Morocco. How you doing? Yo, my brother Marshall. Ayub, are you there? Okay. All right, so your mic is muted. All right, again, when you come in, everybody, please mute your mics and come in, and I will definitely invite you on to speak. All right, I'm going to continue now. So where did we leave off, Gabs? Where did we leave off? Gabs, are you there?
Yo, bro.
Yeah. Where did we leave off?
You just left off. I think you just finished talking about the creation of God coming from the primordial waters, and then you just read a text just then talking about the different sects of the religion, Hermopolis, and all the different what's the word that you give them?
Egyptian centers that had the different creation stories.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Breaking down a little bit of that.
Okay. So, all right. I want to just read some text. Okay.
Hello?
Hello. Who's that?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Hello?
Yep. Go ahead.
How you doing, man?
How you doing?
Oh, it says, hello?
Yes, my brother.
Hello?
Marshall, mute your mic until he call on you.
Yeah, I don't know if you can, I don't know, guys, if you can hear me well. If you could, please let me know.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So basically, you guys talking about the concept, the difference between the Abrahamic God, and I don't know, Kemetic God or whatever, yeah?
Go ahead.
So, what is the question? I mean, do you guys want to know anything about how Muslims perceive God and how they understand God?
Not right now. We don't.
So you're aware of the concept of the Islamic God?
Very much so.
Oh, cool. So what is the point then?
Have you been watching the show?
No, actually, I've just arrived here.
Okay. I would suggest you go back, watch the show, and then come on and ask any questions from that.
No, I was saying if you guys are debating on the concept, you may be claiming that the Islamic God is not rational, and it doesn't make sense. So I'm here actually supporting that the Islamic God is actually the most rational God, I would say, in the Abrahamic faith.
Okay. Go ahead. Let me give you about a minute to speak.
Okay, if you guys,
Explain how Allah is the most rational God there is from the Abrahamic faith.
that's a good question. So basically, if you guys, if anybody, if you guys disagree with me, please raise your voice and say why. So I believe that the Islamic God is the most rational, is because it actually presents God in a very monotheistic way, which is God is one. He has no partners. He has no sons. Which I believe other religions didn't respect. Like for example, Christianity, they promote polytheism, meaning that God had a son, had you know what I'm talking about. So I think that the Islamic concept of God is more reasonable compared to other religions.
Okay, so you believe that you believe that Islam is more rational because it believes in one God without any partners.
No, it's because it provides, more acceptable and logical information about God.
Okay, could you provide me 3 of the logical, most acceptable ideas about God that it presents?
Well, for example, if we are just comparing Christianity with Islam, we can clearly see that Islam promotes a pure Islamic monotheism compared to Christianity, which promotes polytheism, and it actually partners God with Son, Holy Spirit, and so on, which I believe it doesn't make sense.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna get my Christian brother in to respond to you, and I'm gonna mute your mic. Go ahead, my brother.
All right. He made quite a few claims actually. I'm going to address, the first claim they made, that the Islamic God is the most rational God. Is that what he said? I think before I continue. Have you not read the Quran or the Hadith? I mean, I can go on and on, but the main one that sticks out for me is that he's apart from his creation. Number one. Number two, he's the great deceiver. What is the great deceiver in the Bible? The devil. Number three, the way Muhammad actually became a prophet was through demon possession. If you look at how violently Angel Gabriel came to him, I think it says it choked him or something like that. Come on now. And you say your God is more logical than Yahweh, than the God of the Bible. You guys basically took something that was there thousands of years before, hundreds of years before you came, and you claimed it for yourself. It's probably from here because the Bible and the Torah was for the Jews. So the Muslims probably heard it because they were neighboring around those areas. So they probably picked a few, Adam and Eve, David, Solomon, and then said, they're all prophets. And just, basically just dismantled, the book, that the people of the book. I just think it's irrational to be Muslim, in my view, to be honest with you.
Can I respond to that question, please?
Not right now. Not right now. I
Okay,
think
please, Kalam, if you don't
I
mind.
know. Right now, we're not having a debate with Christians and Muslims. It's not the.
But if you don't mind, I just want to answer my brother. He said he made a claim that actually my God, or the Islamic God, is actually deceiver and he's illogical and so on.
Again. We're not having a debate. This will be an excellent debate on something coming up in the future. I think these two brothers should actually get it out, get it on and out with each other, where they can actually be discussing Christianity and Islam. But this isn't that particular show where we're actually going to be discussing or debating those particular ideas. My brother Usar, are you there?
E.T. Imhotep, son, how you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Jeez, I got my Kemetic brother on deck. Did you want to add some good stuff to this conversation?
Absolutely. I would say Muslims have to be aware of a couple things. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says a couple things. He says there's more than one God. He just claims to be the only one worthy of worship. So before you say that, and that's Allah, you have to understand he says there are other ilah, but only one is worthy of worship. So there's more than one God according to. The second thing would be when you read Surah, if you go in Al-Baqarah Surah 2, Ayah 200, it says, so when you have accomplished your manasik, remember Allah as you remember your forefathers, or with a far more remembrance. So he also talks about giving veneration and respect to the forefathers or to the ancestors. So there's a slight bit of ancestor worship in there. And obviously you see it in full-blown aspect when you read your hadith, when you look at the isnad, as I was pointing out to Brother Issa the other day, and when you look at a couple other things as far as veneration and respect, even the name Muhammad, which means the one to be praised. So there's a lot of explaining to do concerning just one ilah. If you have all these different bid'ah, so to speak, innovations, so to speak, in the religion. But I thought you did an excellent job concerning Kanum and the breakdowns. I would say there's about 6 to 8 creation stories. There's one on elephant time, which no one speaks about, and there's a couple others. But I thought you did an excellent job. Let me shut up with that.
Jeez. All right. So definitely, I definitely want to invite more of my Kemetic brothers on to give some more, some more clarity to everything that we're talking about right now. You know what, I'm seeing everybody's kind of tuned in. We've got 112 people tuned in right now. I would love for, at least all of you to actually give us a big thumbs up. Let us know that you love Titans TV. You enjoy these discussions. You enjoy the debates. You enjoy what takes place here on Titans TV. So please give me a big thumbs up if you're enjoying it. Also, you know what? Share the link, man. Share the link. Share the love, man. Share the love. Share the love. Let everybody know that you're on right now. Let's see if I can actually share my screen real quickly. 3, 2, 1. So, yeah. So we've got people tuned in. So please, if you can, hit the share button right now. If you hit the share button, you can let everybody know on Facebook, Google Plus, Reddit, Twitter, Tumblr, wherever you on. Let them know that we are here live now on Titans TV, and we're going in. We're talking about the Kemetic gods, the God concept, and we're actually comparing and contrasting with the Abrahamic gods as well. And for those of you who love what we're doing and can actually support us, please hit the super chat button where you can send in a donation to us. That would definitely help us out. We've had a few donations in the past, which was absolutely brilliant. That's been helping us out. I would actually love to shout out those people who actually have donated and helped us out. I don't know if I can right now, but as soon as I'm made available to, I definitely will shout out everybody who has donated to Titans TV. Here we go, actually. So I'd like to give a big shout out to
Kalam,
Anthony Baker, to Kerry Keaton, to Q Media, and to Kabar Nebti Ankt, who's all supported us over here on Titans TV. Peace to you all. Go ahead. Who just called me?
Hello?
Yep, hello.
Okay, Callum, I just want to ask you a question if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Okay, what do you think, what is your own understanding of the Islamic God?
Right now, we're not actually discussing the Islamic God. We're talking about the Kemetic concept of God.
But you're comparing it. You're comparing it to.
When we have come to compare it, in terms of, we're about to do a comparison in terms of the creation story. Well, I think we was in the middle of doing the comparison in the creation story. That's when we can actually touch on that. But for now, we're just elucidating the Kemetic understanding of God. Go ahead, my Christian brother.
I should have to ask. This is actually about Kemet. Do regarding the Kemetic theology, does it fall in line with when history tells us that the Pharaoh was actually worshipped as a god on earth? Could that be defined as the Kemetic god? Or are you referring Ra and the mythology? Because Pharaoh was considered a god to the Egyptians at the time.
Okay, excellent question. We actually did this is a great time actually to actually do a quick cross promotion. Please, can you mute your mics, please? Can everybody mute their mics if you're not talking? Thank you. All right. So, for those of you who've actually seen it as well, there is actually a show that we did not so long ago called Jesus and Pharaoh Compared, or Is Jesus the Son of God from a Pharaonic perspective? And in there, we actually discussed what the ancient Egyptians believed in terms of their pharaohs being the son of God and being a nature or a deity itself. So from the ancient Egyptian perspective is this, that the creator, the divine deity itself, the creator, actually manifested itself, number one, primarily in the sun that we see out in the sky, as being the controller, the sustainer of this particular world. And just as the sun, the sun, is the sustainer of this world, the pharaoh itself was an issuing of the essence of the sun and the divine deity Ra, or the sun itself, into human form. And he was also the sustainer, the controller, the ruler of the terrestrial realm itself. So in that sense, the pharaoh was a deity, but a subservient deity to the greater deities, if that makes any sense to you.
Yeah. So within a Kemet, it's not just, it's not monotheism or all. It's, plenty of different gods. Is that what you're trying to say? So Pharaoh could be a god, the sun, and it could be a god. Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is that there is one ultimate deity, or there is one most high. Let me put that in from a nice Christian perspective. There is there is Al-Ali or Al-Aliyun, which is the most high, basically. Okay, and in Psalms 82, I believe verse 6, it talks about, I have said that ye are gods, but all of you are the children of the Most High. Okay, so we have different levels and degrees of other deities or gods, which is all on an ontological basis, is all sustained by and subservient to the higher deities or the higher God or the Most High God. Does that make any sense? So, for example, let me make it even a much more clearer sense. You have your own personal creator or your own personal gods in the sense of your mother and your father. You with me? Like your mother and your father is your own personal creators, okay? But they themselves is only a lesser degree of that creative force. They've been given that creative force by the Most High God to be able to procreate and create. And therefore, in your first acts, your first things, you are to honor your mother and your fathers, because they are the ones that procreated you. But ultimately, that ultimate procreation power goes back to the Most High, who all your devotion goes back to. Does that make sense?
Brother Kalam, can I elaborate on that?
Yeah, that makes more sense now.
Go ahead, my brother, sir.
Let me prime example. Yes, sir. Can you hear me? So a prime example is this. If we go to 1 through 11, is the very first part. It tells you, recitation by Newt, the greatly beneficent. The king is my eldest son, who split open my womb. He is my beloved beast. So you have our solar system declaring our king as its son. Geb, the earth, or Seb, the earth, says, the king is my bodily son. Then Newt goes on to give him lamentations. It says, the king is my beloved son, my firstborn upon the throne of Seb, with whom he is well pleased, and he has given to him his heritage in the presence of the great Ennead, or the Pasejet, if you will, that's Asar, and et cetera, et cetera. All the gods are in J. How goodly is this Nesut? Father Seb is pleased with him. So the solar system declared the king to be Nefer Neter, the good aspect of Neter, or the president amongst you, or the anointed amongst you, or the Isa, the Jesus amongst you, and you should follow his way to him by who? The solar system and the earth. He inherits Asar's or Seb's inheritance, and he is the Asar when he is, and he is Heru while he's living. The Avenger, Heru, and the Asar, the one who knowledge and guidance before. So that's how we look at the king. This is justified when you see Hatshepsut, or not Hatshepsut, yeah, Hatshepsut, when you see the sister saying in her text that came to my mother in the form or the nature of the king and impregnated my mother. Your Holy Ghost rose over Mary and impregnated Jesus, but they call it the son of Joseph. The son of who? The son of Seb, the earth, because Amen rose over the queen and impregnated her in the form of the king. And then you get your heir to the throne. So it's similar. We know where the texts come from, and that's why we have that trail in that fashion. And it's good when we bring the text to you, then you can see it from your own text comes from.
Whew. All right. Okay. Any questions on that? Gavs, what you say, man? You're being quiet, King. You're being quiet.
Gee, that was dope. Up in some going into the texts and that. This is good, and I like it because it's good that he's sharing this info, and I just hope that the listening viewers can understand what he's saying. Take note, play this video again, and go and look up some of the stuff that he's talking about, some of the scripts that he's quoting. Go and look it up, because when you go through these texts, you will see there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of similarities, so it's good, man.
That's real. And you know what? Someone here, Josh, is asking a question. Is there a main written text existing now that is similar as is written like the Tanakh? I mean, that reveals standards of living as in sociology. Okay. Before I actually do that, I actually want to say that, you know what? We do have texts in ancient Egypt that are fundamental texts, that are texts that predate other religious texts by at least 2,000 to 3,000 years. So, for example, one of the key texts that I particularly pull from is this text here. This is the pyramid text. This is the first religious writing or religious literature in existence. And it goes back literally around 4,300, 4,600, I believe, BCE. So this predates your Bible, your Qurans, and your Tanakh by millenniums. Not just a single millennium, but at least double figure to triple figure. It predates these religions and these literatures or physical texts. These are the pyramid texts. Now in there, it has such things that delves into the creation story, the cosmology, how human beings should live. It goes back into a historical past. It definitely talks about standards of living and sociological issues as well. So it definitely does. In the form of the Tanakh, no, I wouldn't say in the form of the Tanakh, because the Tanakh is literally a compilation of various different texts. There is a history in there, there is a cosmogony in there, there is laws in there, and so forth. If we have to delve into other or various other books or texts or literature within inside of the ancient Egyptian realm, such as the Book of the Dead, where we can actually, or the Book of the Coming Forth by Day, the Pert Em Heru, where we can actually discover things as the laws, which aren't really laws, but they're more confessions or more standards of what you hold yourself up to be living. And that is the 42 negative confessions that most, scholars claim and state that the 10 Commandments and so forth definitely come from. We can actually go into the wisdom teachings to find things that are similar to Proverbs. Actually, furthermore, there's actually inside of the Proverbs, I believe it is the Songs of Amenhotep or something like that, is actually directly copied into the Bible or directly copied into the Psalms or Proverbs, one of the two. So we definitely do have a compilation of text within inside of the Egyptian realm, not into one particular book, but spread out into various genres, such as the wisdom teachings, such as instructions, such as religious texts, such as eschatological texts, and so forth and so forth, funerary texts, offering texts, and etc. and etc. There's so much different texts that are actually available inside of the ancient Egyptian realm. It's not just compiled into one single book that you need to read or listen to. You literally have to search the brevity of ancient Egypt to actually come to a nice grounded understanding and realization of the social, political, religious realm and understanding that they particularly had. Let me just make sure I've got all those questions out of the way. Okay, cool. These guys, you know, are crazy, man. I can see we got some Muslims and Christians in here that definitely want to get on involved in some debates, you know. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, so let's continue. Where were we, man? I keep getting caught off guard. What was you saying, Gabs?
I was going to say, have you got back any more questions that you need to add regarding the nature of God, or what was you going to get into?
Okay, so yeah, where was it going? I was going into the creation story of the universe and man.
The universe and man.
Similarities between the Abrahamic faiths. So let's see if I can pull up something. Okay. Do you know what? I would actually love to give this link to everybody to actually download if they possibly can. If you lot could find this, this is really good because I don't think we're going to have enough time to go into this. But there is this text here. Let me just make sure it is here. It's called Genesis 1 and Ancient Egyptian Creation Myths by Gordon H. Johnston. Okay. This was published in the Bibliothèque Sacra 165, April to June 2008. Okay, so this page is from 178 to 94. All the information is here for you right now. It's all here. Please download this text. Okay, download this text, and you can get a better understanding of you know what the ancient Egyptians believed in terms of its Genesis story in comparison to the biblical text, because we have scholars, you know, literally you have Jewish scholars, biblical scholars, Christian biblical scholars, and they're drawing the comparisons and parallels between the Egyptian text and the biblical Genesis text. And their findings basically state that the ancient Egyptian was the prototype or the prototype text that the biblical text actually came out of. And the biblical text was literally a demythicizing of the ancient Egyptian text, and it was also a polemic against it as well. And they basically done a study to come to realize that there is some lexical parallels, there's lexical, structural, and thematic conceptual parallels involved with inside of the Kemetic Genesis story and even the biblical Genesis story. So for example, here is one of them in terms of the lexical. We read in Genesis 1:1, it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth and so forth. Now, in the beginning, they're basically saying the word Barashith literally means in the head of things. But in the ancient Egyptian world, we have something called the Zep Tepi, which literally means in the head of time, or in the primordial time and before everything started. And they're basically saying that this is the same. We can see the parallels where this is a heading for Genesis that's coming from the Kemetic common phrase of Zep Tepi. And it actually starts, really, Genesis story really starts on the second verse, basically. They also draw comparisons between the pyramid text and the coffin text in the structure of how it's actually being produced and the things that are taking place. So for example, in the Hermopolis understanding, there was a pre-creation condition of life, which was chaotic, watery deep. In Genesis 1, we also have pre-creation condition life, less chaotic, watery deep. The breath or the wind of Amun moves on the waters. The breath or wind of Elohim moves on the waters. The creation of supernatural light, which is Atum. The generation of supernatural light, creation by God. emergence of the primordial hill in the midst of Nun, creation of the firmaments in the midst of the waters, procreation of the sky when Nun was raised over the earth, creation of the sky when waters was raised above the firmament, formation of heavenly ocean, Nut by separation, formation of heavenly ocean when the waters were separated, formation of dry ground, which was Geb by separation, formation of dry ground when waters was gathered, humanity created by the tears of Atom. This is the sun and moon created to rule day and night. The sun created to rule the world as the image of Ra, creation of humans to rule the world as the image of God. So we see here that number 8 and 9 in the Egyptian context is switched round with 8 and 9 in the biblical context. So where the sun was created to rule the day, rule the world, in the Egyptian as the last thing, basically, it was human beings was created to rule the world. And in the case of humanity was being created, happened prior to the sun being created. So that's kind of like the comparisons that they show from there. They also bring up some other comparisons in terms of the thematic comparisons, where in the beginning the heavens and earth was void and filled with darkness and so forth and so forth. But these were actually ancient Egyptian principles, which was to do with Hu, Kek, sorry, let me do that again. Hu, Het, Kek, Keket, Amun, Amunet, and Nu and Nunet. So this was the primordial waters was empty and formless and void, which is boundless in differentiation. Darkness, which is the Kek principle. Watery deep, which is Nu principle. So they literally saw that there was literally a borrowing from the Hebrews from the ancient Egyptian Genesis story. They can see that there was a direct borrowing. There was a direct relationship between the two. One was literally the demythicizing of the other. So we saw that the Egyptian creation story predated the Hebrew creation story, but one was just taken and demythicized, basically. Are we all there? Are we all there? Let me know if we're there, people.
Yes, bro.
Still here, baby. Keep going.
Hello?
Jeez.
Yeah.
There you go. We got somewhere.
Hello?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, hello? Yeah, so
Go on. I know you want to speak. Go ahead. Say something.
you guys are talking everywhere. Can you just fix one thing? For example, let's just try to analyze, the concept of the Islamic concept of God. You would like.
All right, you really want to go into the Islamic concepts of God. So let's go on to that. Right now, I'm actually posting the link where you can find link. What is this? PDF link. PDF link. Let me just post it right now. I'm posting the PDF link for those of you guys who would like this information.
I actually wanted to ask a question about Kemet.
Go ahead, my brother.
I wanted to ask, you mentioned chronological order and in a form plagiarism, or Jews basically copying the Egyptian.
No, I wouldn't say plagiarism. I wouldn't say plagiarism. I would say borrowing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'd like to respond to that because when I look at history personally, when I see similarities in events or stories, it puts more realism to it. Because, for example, if you look at the story of Noah.
Hold on, real quickly. Before you do that, I just wanted to say give thanks to Black Power 187 TV for donating via the super chat. Hopefully you lot can see it over here. He's donated via the super chat. Big ups to you. And please, everybody check out his channel and see what he's up to as well. So thank you for our audience members for actually supporting us over here on Titans TV. Go ahead.
Black Power.
Black Power.
I like, for example, I'll use the example of similarities. If you look at the story of Noah, there's Manoah, there's Noah. I think even in the Egyptian text it talks about Noah, if I'm mistaken. But there's plenty different people around the world, nations predating even the Israelites that mention the story of Noah and are exactly the same way with the animals, with the number of family members that were on the boat with them. So there's some stories in the Bible which were generally known around the world because they were closer to the event. So just like how we know that those World War I or World War II, even though we weren't there because we're close to the event, we have family members that are still alive from the event, so we can talk to them, and it's become a knowing thing that we know. So, for example, using the same thing with the Kemet in the Bible, for example, I'm not sure, but I think in the Bible it mentions the regions of Egypt and that they're actually a lineage or part. Well, not like Ishmael or Isaac, but obviously everyone comes from Adam and Eve in theology, in the biblical theology, but they come from Adam and Eve, so they would have documented these events, and they would have been similar events around all nations, just like Noah's Ark, because these are things that people knew because it wasn't that far away. If that makes sense.
Definitely,
That's how I see it. So I don't see it as
Yep, definitely. I hear what you're saying. I wouldn't be the one to claim anything of plagiarism. There may be other people within the Kemetic world that claim that there is plagiarism. I simply say that there is a cultural exchange and borrowing that took place. You can't have a people that lived in a particular landmass for however many hundreds of years and not actually pick up certain things. A lot of us have been going Speaker's Corner for maybe a year or so. And we're speaking up these Arabic terms, we always laughing when we hear Allahu Alam, or whatever it is that people are discussing. We actually pick up these terms and we pick up these concepts from cultural exchange. So definitely, I understand where you're coming from, and I wouldn't claim that it's plagiarism. I would simply claim that it's borrowing, it's cultural exchange. And obviously, ancient Egypt was a dominant society where these Hebrews or these Israelites were picking up a lot of concepts from them itself. I guess others might call it plagiarism is when you don't actually, state your source of where you're getting this information from. So, for example, if I just came and, spoke these wonderful truths to you right now, and I didn't actually say to you, look in the pyramid text, go and check the African religion and philosophy, go check Middle Egyptian and so forth and so forth. And I talked about these things. Some people may say that, you are actually plagiarizing because you're not quoting your source. So that's why I'd love to quote my source. But I guess the Bible doesn't actually quote its source because its source is God, so to speak. So that's where some people may have a problem and say it's plagiarism. But me personally, I don't have that issue. I just say it's cultural exchange. So we got here my Muslim brother, Marshall. Go ahead. I know you really wanted to go into something. So go ahead. You have the opportunity.
So basically, what I would like to begin with is I would like to ask you guys, what is your thought? How do you perceive the Islamic concept of God, and how do you think it is rational compared to other Abrahamic faiths, namely Judaism, Christianity?
Okay. So the Islamic God is La ilaha illallah. There is no God but Allah. It's purely mental.
No. Look, I can speak Arabic just perfectly well. It's my first language, so you don't have to worry.
No problem. So there is no God. So there basically has a monotheism and the understanding of one deity, so to speak.
Yeah.
They also define God in terms of Kul hu Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam etc. So say he is Allah, he is one, he's self-sufficient, he has no child, and he begets not, no, he's begotten, and so forth. So that's the Islamic conceptualization of God. As you claim, it's pure monotheism. Is it logical? Let's go ahead. Go ahead, my brother.
Look.
Come on, let's go deeper though, because you say that you want to discuss the concept. Let's go a little deeper. If we go into one of his names, like Al-Bari'u,
Al-Bari'u,
that's from the Hebrews. That comes from Hebrews. And you know where the concept comes from of Al-Bari'u is they got that from Kemet, didn't they?
That's right.
What does Al-Bari'u mean?
But before we go into that, before we go into that, let me just give him his opportunity to speak and get his defining factor of what God is, and then we could jump onto all of that. Go ahead, Marshall.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So basically, yeah, I would just want my point here is I would like to compare the concept or the Islamic concept of God, compare it to other religions like, for example, Christianity and Judaism, and see which one is more rational and which one makes more sense. So this is the point. I just want to make a comparison between both, between the Abrahamic faiths, and see which one makes sense to you guys. And I think I would, and I believe, of course, that's my own opinion, and everyone is entitled to his own opinion. But the Islamic concept of God is, I think, is the one makes perfect sense, because it's more, it's on the point. It's very logical and, you know, very reasonable. And maybe you guys can disagree with me, but of course, if you do, say why and provide your explanations. That's it.
Okay. All right. Technically speaking, I really don't want to go there on you know, it's kind of like a pissing contest of like, you know, who can the furthest, basically, whose God is the best. I really don't want to go down that alley, so to speak, because technically speaking, all of you guys claim the same deity. Claim. That's the key word. The key word before you shake. I see you shaking your head, but you lot claim the same deity. You claim Abraham as being your father, whether you're a Jew, Christian, or Muslim, and you all claim to have the same God that he had. You all claim to have the same God of Adam, etc. But your conceptualization, let me finish. Your conceptualization of what that God is completely different from each other.
Look,
okay.
We got we got one God, yeah, but we got different understanding of who God is. For example, the Christian understanding is quite different from the Muslim understanding of who God is. For example, but you know, we got only one God, which I think the most religious people believe in. But if we look into one religion, if we look into one religion at a time, we can see there are clear, different understandings of who God is. So yes, Christianity and Judaism and Islam, they both have the same God, but the understanding of that God is quite different.
Yeah. And I wouldn't want to have you know, the battle of who has the better understanding of God. I would simply like to say that each one of you lot have a different understanding of God based on your level of maturity intellectually and spiritually. Okay. You know what, Muslims have a certain degree of understanding of what God is intellectually and spiritually. The Christians have a different understanding of what God is intellectually and spiritually. To the Christians, the Muslim God doesn't make sense, and to the Muslim, the Christian God doesn't make sense. To a Kemet or someone like me, you all simply have a different level of understanding and a degree of information that's been passed down to you. I really wouldn't want to argue on whose God is better. You simply just have a different level of understanding. That's all it is.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay. So
the question arises here is, what is the criteria or what is the standard that we need to use in order to determine which God makes sense? Because if we go by that, if we just go and say, hey, we got a Christian God, we got the Islamic God, and we got the Jewish God, and we got Sikh God, you know, whatever, what is the criteria that we need to use to categorize that God into a reasonable and a logical God?
Okay, a reasonable and logical God would be an objective God. That's number one. And unfortunately, Allah is not an objective God. It's not an objective God.
No. Look.
It's not an objective God. And most God concepts are not actually objective. They're very much so subjective.
That's where we disagree. Maybe you could provide your own explanation, and maybe you need to say why, you need to justify why you think the Islamic God is not objective. But in my opinion, I think it's quite objective, because it makes sense to any human beings. Because when we're thinking about God, we know that God is one. We can't say that God is more than three. So, God is one. He's perfectly. It's
Okay. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this real quickly. I'm going to give you literally 60 seconds, and I want to know. I want to ask you a question.
Callum, if you could chime in, it would be far more better.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Why is God one?
Is this a question for me?
Yep, just quick fire questions.
Good. That's a very good question, and I really like it indeed. So even if we go and ask anyone else who is not religious, meaning that he hasn't been influenced with any religion, and he's an atheist or agnostic, and we asked him, what do you think? How do you think God would be like? And he would definitely say, God should be one. So this is a common understanding of the attributes of God, I would say.
Okay, that God should be one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you know what God is, and what makes you know what God is?
You mean, how do I know that God is one?
Yeah, how do you know what God is, and how do you know he's God one, and what makes you know that he's God, and what makes you know that he's one?
So, yeah, that's a good question indeed. The criteria that I use is my intellect, is my common sense. Because if you come to me and say, hey, I believe, if you, for example, say, hey, do you think God is three? I would say no, God is one. So this is the criteria, because my common sense doesn't allow me to think beyond the logic of God, I would say.
Okay, thank you. That's been enlightening. Okay, we will definitely speak on these God concepts of Islam and so forth, maybe at a later date. I would love to get some more conversation in, especially to do with Kemet in relationship to these other deities.
Kalam, if you don't mind, I would like to show my card to you guys, if you like it. Is that cool?
You would like to do what?
I got a cat here. Would you like to see her?
Okay.
I would like the brothers who watch, I would like to show them my cat. You take a look at it. Hello, can you see her?
Okay, your cat.
Yeah, can you see her?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right. Okay. All right. No, moving swiftly on. My brother Asar. Go ahead, King.
Oh, ETM had tap. I'm sorry for him. I would say this, Brother Marshall. Two things. When you deal with Tawheed, and I know if you concept of Tawheed, it says that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is outside of the creation, not a part of it. If he's outside of the creation, this creates a separate reality from him. There can't be a separate reality from the creator, because as your book states, you cannot add to God, you cannot subtract from God. So there's an issue with the Tawheed, whether you deal with al-Rububiyya, whether you deal with al-Uluhiyya or the other couple that they have. So you have to deal with that concept, where in the African spirituality system, side of nature. Okay. The other thing is this: you say God a lot, but you have to understand God comes from to the Greeks, and God, when we gave it to the Greeks, meant more than one. It meant more than one aspect of the creator. So you had Jupiter, you had Saturn, you had Venus, you had Mars. So there was more than one God. When you use the word God, you use gods, different aspects of nature inside of nature. So you have to for God, and then you have to make Tawheed fit with the fact that you cannot add or subtract to the concept of God.
Can I answer that question?
Go ahead.
So basically, he said that I'm making a claim that I made a claim that the Islamic God is actually he's making a distinction between God and his creators, or there's
Creation.
it's his creation, yeah. So I'm saying, how do you understand God first? Maybe your own understanding of who God is quite different from how I understand God.
Let me give you the understanding. The only way that you can exist inside of God is inside God's mind.
Okay,
You
let me give you an
have to be
let me give,
thought.
if you don't mind, please, let me give you an example. If someone creates a laptop, do you think the laptop would be similar and identical to the one who created it?
Yes, it thinks and comprehends the same way the maker does.
Really? So you're saying that God who created me should be different, should be the same as me, yeah?
You're going to have a likeness to who created you. Yes, you're coming from one of his thoughts.
No. That's a question. That's what Christians claim. They claim that they were created in the image of God, which I believe is stupid.
Says it in the Quran is
No, the Quran doesn't say that. It says that we are not created in the image of God. We are created by God.
Can I interject?
Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah.
I want to speak on the image of God and the difference between the way in your religion you're separate from the creation is separate from God. I'll show you how that's contradictory to what we see in reality. Because if you look at the God of the Bible, he's if when it says we are made in his image and his likeness, it's in reference to his essence and his emotions. If you look at God, God can be angry, God can be sad, God can be happy. Humanity, we can be angry, we can be sad, we can be happy, we can love. It's not only that. If you look at God's other characteristics, is creation. What do humans do? We invent, we innovate, we come up with physics, we make things. And then another one is social. If you look at God, even though he doesn't need to be around anything because he's self-sustaining, he has made angels. And if you look at the Trinity, it's God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He's with other beings. He's social. Look at humanity, we're social. There's many more connections. I can even giving life. We have children, we give life, God gives life. So there's many connections that God is part of his creation, that in this sense that the image is he's given us a likeness of him, a reflection of him. Do you see how that makes more sense than him making the humanity different from himself? I understand what you mean different in the sense that he's not limited to our laws of physics. He's not limited. He's not human. But there is definitely a part of him in us. That's how I see it.
Okay, are you a Christian?
Before you go there, before you get there, hold on, my brother. Please keep your mics muted. Keep your mics muted, because this is perfect. Actually, this is a nice segue into the ancient Egyptian or the Kemetic understanding of humanity. How was humans created, and I think that ties into the purpose of them being created. So we know from a Christian perspective, or even from a Hebrew perspective, man was created according to Genesis 1:27, I believe, 1:25 or 1:27. Man was created in and after the image and likeness of God. From the Islamic perspective, man is simply an abid, a slave of its creator. Okay. One kind of glorifies man, and the other kind of degenerates man, so to speak, unless somebody can give us a clear understanding to that. I know others might say no, but at the same time, we have the spirit of Allah, the Ruh Allah, within inside of us, from him himself. So this could be a very interesting dialogue and conversation. But before we actually go into that, I definitely want us to actually delve into the conceptualization of humans and their creation, and how they were created according to the mythology of ancient Egypt, Kemet. So my Kemetic brothers, okay, this is open to Gabs and Asar. Whoever unmutes their mic first, can you give us an understanding? And then afterwards, we can see
understanding of the creation
with the Abrahamic faiths.
Okay, let's let's go to Nesmenu, or Nesmenu, the Bremerine Papyrus. When we talk about Neber Chair, it says, and Neber Chair, for those of you who don't know, means Lord to the uttermost limit, Lord to the limits. Netcher, or Neber Chair, or Ra Neber Tesher, as my brother Patah Sekir would say, is Lord to the uttermost limit. He says, I worked a charm upon my own heart or will. I laid the foundation of things by Ma'at, and I made everything which had a form. I was then one by myself, for I had not emitted from myself the Netcher Shu, and I had not spit out from myself the Netcheret Tefnut, and there existed no other who could work with me. So Neber Cher is telling you in the creation story in the Bremerine Papyrus that at your base, you are created in righteousness. Ma'at is what you are created in. Everything that has a form is created in righteousness. And it was shaped by the Lord of the uttermost limit. If it has a form, it's created in righteousness. Its creation was created the same way Huet Kapata was created, or the Ben Mound. Ben Mound and Ma'at are really synonymous. So if you are a form, you are created in righteousness. And the Quran says the same thing. The Bible says the same thing. The Krishnas say the same thing, etc., etc., etc. That's a connection, if you want to call that a connection.
Okay. So from the ancient, so straight from that Bremerine Papyrus, which is actually the overthrowing of a pep, right?
Overthrowing of a pep, enemy of Unnefer, etc., etc. Yeah.
There we go. It gives you in there how man was created, or out of what he was created. So I wanted to, could you just drop that for us? Our conceptualization of where we came from an Egyptian mythology standpoint.
They say that we're called the Remech, the teardrops of Ra. The story goes about how an eye was taken from Ra, etc., etc. And when it was returned, Ra was happy and he cried, and the teardrops made the forms on the earth, which were men. So they call us the Remech, or the tears, or the teardrops of Ra, in a nutshell, without going into the whole story. You also have other similar stories with, like, for instance, why you do circumcision, which we all Muslims, Hebrews, Christians share in common. It says that Ra circumcised himself, and Sa'ah, Heka, and one of the other aspects of nature were created. Sa'ah is what? Your what? Your mentality, your righteousness, your mind. And your Sahu is your everlasting spirit, your soul, that you call the indestructible part of man. And you exist eternally. They call the Ruh in the Quran. This is the part of Allah, of man. When you say that he's not, when you say that he didn't create you in his image, or didn't give any part of himself to you, we call it the Sa'ah, or the Sahu.
All right. Hold on one second. I'm trying to pull up some images real quickly. All right, perfect.
Can I respond to this question?
No. We're not. There's no questions as present. We're explaining the Kemetic understanding of man coming into existence. So from a Kemetic understanding, we literally have different texts that speak about man coming into existence and where we came from. So definitely from the overthrowing of Pep. We have where it states that man came from the teardrops of Ra itself. We also have another understanding of how men come into existence, which is to do with the story of Khnum, the potter, making man from on the potter's wheel. So let me see if I could just share my screen with you real quickly so you can see it. So real quickly, here we go. Yeah, this is best one, I think. Can we see that? No, let me give you this one then. This is a bit clearer for a clear image, view image. So we basically have, Khnum, who is actually, his iconography is a ram-headed deity. The ram may be to signify that the very first, in the zodiac, the ram obviously is the first in terms of Aries, to do with the sun. So he's a solar deity. He's there creating man on the potter's wheel. So we know that throughout the Quran and the Bible, man was created from the dust of the earth and the clays and so forth. And we have different references in Job and so forth, talking about man or God was the potter and so forth, molding man into shape. So after he's molding man into shape, he then breathes, or there is another deity there that's actually breathes the breath of life into him. And then obviously we have our deity here called Jehuti, which is, wisdom and rational speech and articulate reasoning and so forth, who's there recording the time and actually recording what's taking place and putting inside of him his destiny, so to speak. So we have these two different concepts which may indeed be one and the same. I like to relate it to actually two different creations. I know most people would say, I don't know if it's two different creations, but if we read Genesis, we see that there is actually two different creations. And who actually brings this up first to my attention is actually a Jewish scholar. What's his name? Let me see if I've got it here. The Accuracy of the Bible by S. Yehuda, or Abraham S. Yehuda, I believe his name is. And he actually brings this up to my attention that there's actually two creation stories within inside of the Bible itself. There's the creation story taking place in Genesis 1:27, and then there's obviously another creation story of man in Genesis 2. One is to do with the creation of man in the image and likeness of God. And the second one is to do with God creating man out of the clay of the earth and then breathing his spirit into him. And I like to say that from the Islamic perspective as well, there is two creation stories of a different grouping of human beings, or different men, should I say. There's the creation of the jinn, and then there's the creation of human beings, or the Adam, or the Adama. And the one first story is the creation of the jinn was created from the smokeless fire. And then there is a second story, which is the creation of Adam, which is created from the dust of the earth and then breathed his life and spirit into him. I like to personally believe or see it as, from the Egyptian perspective, the ancient Egyptians would be considered to be like the jinn, in the sense that they were created from Egyptian perspective from the sun itself. Okay, from the teardrops of the sun coming to earth. That's how human beings were created. In that respect, they were created from the smokeless fire, the great sun and the ethers itself. And then there is a second creation story, which is to do from the earth and being molded and being the breath of life being breathed into them. And we can see that from the story of Khnum, molding man and breathing the breath of life into him as well. So we can see that there's two creation stories actually taking place. And you know what? Let me jump straight into the Hermetica. So this is the Hermetica.
Kalam.
Go ahead.
To the, because you left out Islamic, brother. Al-Musawir. That's where you get. That's where you get Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the fashioner. Al-Musawir.
That's right. So we have, we have different ones. We have El-Bariyu, El-Khaliku, and El-Masa, the one that you just said, which is the fashioner as well.
These are the attributes of God that you have just mentioned.
Now, I'll say one thing.
I hear you, my brother, but hold on. Before you go in, who's that just asked that? Can I say one thing?
Marvin.
Go ahead, Marvin.
Yeah, basically, so I've just been listening for a while now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm starting to kind of get the notion that a lot of what is actually being said is that because a lot of teachings from, let's say, the Bible and the Quran actually has similarities to the Kemetic teachings, which is a lot earlier, that the Kemetic teachings must be more factual than the Quranic and the biblical texts. I'm kind of getting that kind of idea being portrayed. But like we said, that some of the names of Allah, they could actually be found in Kemet. But that being said, that doesn't mean that that the Kemetic belief is more true, because what we do know with just language itself is that when man began, he spoke one language, and many languages were derived as man started to spread around the earth. So for languages to have links, it's just logical for languages to have links with each other. So for one language, so for example, for a language to find certain words in an older language doesn't mean that that particular language or that kind of belief is more true than latter text coming out. You see where I'm coming from?
Okay, yep, I'm here. I'm with you. So is that your question?
So yeah, the question is that. So the question is basically, do you want to stay on this topic, or do you mind me touch on something that you touched on a bit earlier?
Go ahead.
Or do you want to stay on this topic of like mankind and?
We're going to jump straight back into mankind. I want you to make sure you have your question answered before anything else.
Okay, so basically, you talked about how God manifested Himself into matter.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you believe that God is infinite?
Okay, so the Kemetic understanding of God is definitely infinite and undifferentiated. Yes.
Okay, cool. So when He manifested Himself to matter, was that also infinite as well?
The matter itself is technically finite itself, but when it dissolves, it is infinite.
But how does it manifest into how does an infinite manifest into a finite?
Okay, so energy, for example, is infinite, okay, and matter itself is finite, okay, and we gave the analogy of E equals mc squared, okay. This was Einstein's theory of relativity, and he basically proved that energy is simply matter, and matter is simply energy vibrating at different densities or rates. So what we're trying to say to you that the infinite, which is energy, manifests as matter, which is finite, which is already proven, which we already know.
Okay, cool. You can continue.
Okay, but you had another question about whether you get the feeling that the Kemetic one is true or something along those lines.
Yeah, I was kind of getting a feeling that a lot of people, because I've talked to other Kemetic people as well, that they try and say that because the Kemetic belief was there before, let's say, the Islamic belief after Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or the Christian belief, it came before these two religions, that it's more true because there's similar teachings within these books. So these religions that actually derive from the Kemetic beliefs. So it's like the mother of these religions. So I believe this is something that you believe as well.
Okay, no, that would be a genetic fallacy. Just to say that because one comes before the other means is true. It's not the fact that it's true. It is the Egyptian conceptualization of their environment. Whether that is now factually true in our day-to-day lives, that is yet to be seen. For example, we have the ancient Egyptian mythology, which we're going into. It's not mythos is just basically stories. It's not factual stories or scientific stories, but it's stories, telling a particular truth in their perspective of how the world came to be. Okay. Now, in comparison to the Muslim and Christianity, I wouldn't specifically say that one is truer than the other. I would say one is just a different perspective of the other. And there is obviously a trail. Okay, so we have biblical scholars clearly stating that there is a trail. There is the ancient Egyptian, which was the prototype in terms of the creation story. Ancient Egyptians' creation story was the prototype. It was the first, let me just put it like that in brackets, first, so to speak. And then the Hebrews, took that particular story, demythicized it, took away the personalities or the potential polytheism or pantheism that's actually inside of there, and created a polemic argument in the form of Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 in retrospect to the Egyptian conceptualization.
So could these teachings, these Kemetic teachings, also be derived from earlier teachings from an earlier civilization, way maybe a few thousand years before Kemetic itself? Because we know Kemetic's not the first nation.
So we know that the Kemetic literature
Yeah.
is the first recorded religious text, which I showed earlier on, which is the pyramid text. Okay, so these are the first recorded religious text. There is no other recorded religious text that predates that. Now, did the ancient Egyptian cultures and ideas simply sprang up when this book was written or this text was written? No, obviously there was other cultures, or the Egyptian culture itself goes back prior into the pre-dynastic period, where they obviously had similar stories or the same stories going on, and the whole of Africa has the same philosophy. In John M. Beatty's book, The African Religion and Philosophy, he literally shows and proves by going into over 300 different African cultures or civilizations or cultures, that they all share the same ideas in terms of they all believe in one God. They all believe in divinities that proceed from that one God. They all believe in the spirits. They all believe in the ancestors. They all believe in venerating. They all believe in giving offerings, sacrifices. They have different forms of showing their worship in terms of dances, singing, hymns, prayers, and so forth. All of this philosophy or thought is universal to the indigenous African people.
Okay, cool. So would you say that because the Kemetic belief is the earliest recorded, let's say, belief system, you could say, with text, would you say that holds more water than, let's say, the latter religious texts out there? Do you reckon it's more factual? Do you reckon people should gravitate to that because it's the oldest?
No.
Okay,
No.
cool.
No. No. We just simply, taking from what academia simply states, we simply state that, Egypt was simply the progenitor for the rest of these ideas. If that makes any sense. They were the progenitor of the rest of these ideas. So we know that creation story is clearly coming. The biblical creation story is clearly coming from the Egyptian archetype. They did a study to see, did it come from the Babylonians? Did it come from the Sumerians, the Akkadians, and so forth? There is some similarities where we can see that there is some cultural exchange, but no, we know that Genesis definitely comes from the Kemetic understanding. We also see, if we really wanted to look into it, we can see that there is a Kemetic trail that even the Jews themselves are actually acknowledging now in the last 100 years, that most of their information is coming from ancient Egypt. Their understanding is coming from ancient Egypt. Obviously, Moses, their archetype, their actual forefather or patriarch was studied in Egypt. So we know that a lot of his information based upon your environment is coming from that context. And then he's also created his own, whether through his own personal understanding or some would claim inspiration via God. He's now created a system that the people that came from the Egyptian understanding could understand from a Hebraic understanding. Does that make sense?
That's where you're coming from. So, okay, I believe there is a trail. There's a trail of truth running through a lot of these religions. Obviously, we know that Kemetic is not the first one. Also, I'll make it clear I'm a Muslim, so I adhere to the Islamic faith. And in our faith, I actually believe that there was, if I can remember correctly, there was 124,000 prophets who came to earth. So some of them, way before, the Kemetic time, way before Islamic time, from, let's say, Adam, the first man who we believe is the son on earth, until the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So, and they taught one thing. They taught monotheism, and they had many teachings as well. That being the case, that means that they have their teachings. You find trace of their teachings at different corners of the earth. So you find trace of teachings probably in religions in Asia, Kemetic religions, stuff like that. So that's why I believe this trail is running through all these religions. Not because one is better than the other. It's just that these teachings do run through. Some of them have deviated, which I believe. But you find that the reason why there's similarities between all of these is because there were prophets which came down teaching a similar, basically teaching from the same book, you could say, but in many books, but teaching from the same type of belief, which is submission.
Definitely, I hear what you're saying. Definitely. I would somewhat agree with you. I would say that this, any indigenous, there is indigenous beliefs, indigenous systems that is completely independent of other people's religions, such as Islam and whatever else. And they may not have the same terminologies as prophets, as you particularly do have, but they had the concept of God. And the concept, as I said, is widespread throughout Africa, where the indigenous understanding is that there is one creator and an ontology of divinities and spirits and whatever else that you will have. And when we see it in terms of Islam, where you have Allah, then you have the angels, then you have the jinns, then you have mankind, and so forth and so forth. So we can see that the similar thought pattern exists throughout different cultures, regardless of religion and regardless of ethnicity. No one really claims that one is superior than the other. Maybe some people may claim that. I think most people, being zealous and prideful of their own particular religion, would then claim that theirs is better than the others. Personally, I don't actually hold that opinion and view. I think everybody's belief system is valid for themselves and to whoever accepts their particular belief system.
Just last question. So basically, as a Muslim, we're very text orientated, and I see that from you, which I like from you. You're a text man, and we just take everything back to our text. From the Quran and the Hadith. From the Hadith, mainly Bukhari and Muslim. Those are the most authentic books, so we tend to derive stuff from there. So we have, as Muslims, we have our reasons of why the Quran is the word of God and why the Quran is the truth. Because we believe that the true miracle from the Quran is from the Arabic language. But I'm not going to go into that right now. So I want to find out from your text, from the text that you're quoting, and from your quoting today and the text that you've actually read, what from that text, what makes what you're teaching, what you believe in, authentic? Because it all comes down to the text. Let's put the stories aside. Let's put the science aside, because science is not 100% factual. Let's put all of that aside. Yeah. Because we're not the scientists in the labs, yeah. It all comes down to the text. From the Kemetic text, what proof from the Kemetic text is that it's true. So I'm not the best with words. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
Okay. See, with Kemet, Kemet can stand just like Africa and indigenous African thought and philosophy.
I want to intervene too, with a chance, good brother. When you get a chance, I want to intervene.
Definitely. Kemetic and indigenous African thought can stand independent of any text, because what it is using is the person itself is using its environment, is using nature, it's using itself to come to an understanding and a knowing. It's nothing to do with beliefs, it's nothing to do with opinions, it's simply observing themselves and nature to come to a greater understanding of higher principles that some people may call God, or whatever is going to be beneficial for themselves in this life and the hereafter, so to speak. So the text themselves is not really that important. It's the message and the information. Whether can you verify that information? So hopefully, my Kemetic brothers and sisters out there, we should be able to differentiate, for example, between the mythology that's been spoken about and reality. We shouldn't simply blindly follow something because the mythology says it. It should be, it should be empirical to us. It should be immanent to us, where we can actually experience this and understand it and come to a knowledge of it. The Egyptian understanding is all to do with knowledge. It's not to do with beliefs. It's all to do with knowledge.
Okay, and you say that you could actually find this knowledge from yourself, from your surroundings, from your observation.
Yes, you can. Well, let me just put it like this: you should be able to. If there's anything within inside of Kemetic thought that you cannot substantiate in your own self, it is not born upon you that you should accept it.
But then again, but Kemetic people have all different kind of beliefs, and you guys are very. I won't want to speak for you. I won't want to speak for your community because I'm not a part of it. But just going by what I've picked up from talking to many of you. So please correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. I don't want to generalize any views, but at the same time, I see that you guys are fairly dependent on text as well. So you bring out books, you quote from a lot of texts as well. So how, if that's the case, then you should be doing what you guys do, like, you know, sharing your belief systems and expressing what your beliefs without having to use the text really. Because I see that you guys are quite dependent on text. Put the text aside, you guys will differ. You see what I'm making? Just like how, because that's what human beings would do. If we had to make sense of the reality from our own perspectives and just our own observation without any outside sources, just from ourselves, we'll all differ, because we'll all like to believe something else. I like to believe maybe my favorite comic book hero created the earth, or someone else want to believe something else. You see what I'm making? That's why you see that there has to be some kind of universal, kind of some central source of where truth comes from. Truth has to come from one source. So I can't see how, you know, knowledge should come from oneself. It has to come from the one who knows, because we're born knowing nothing. That's the reality. So we have to gain knowledge from outside sources. So you can't gain knowledge from yourself. You can't gain knowledge from looking at the trees. You don't learn about photosynthesis by just staring at trees. You know what I mean? Don't learn about how many we don't know how many bones and stuff in our bodies and stuff by just looking at another human being. So I'm bad, as I said, I'm not the best with examples, I'm not the best with words, but I hope that you understand where I'm coming from.
Brother Marvin, when you make the statements, they're very good. Here's where the Ramet's text differs from everybody else's text, or the Ramet's ability to leave the text and still be able to be guided by the things that surround them. You have to understand, we can look at the skies and discuss our spirituality. I could tell you a story about the moon and the sun and an eclipse and create a mythos behind it. That's how our text came into being. That's the difference in Ramet's spirituality than others. You have to rely on that book. Our religion, our spirituality, if you will, is around us in the universe. I can tell you a story about the earth spinning on its axis and how the universe made love to it. This is the story of 7 youth.
I see where you come from.
That's the right. So we're not exactly stuck to our text in the Ramet spirituality where other societies are. You call it astrology. That's one of our sciences. And we can also tell you our spirituality through astrology and through some of the ancient texts that are written based off of scientific happenings in the universe.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that you're getting knowledge. You're not getting knowledge. You're getting knowledge from a source outside of yourself. You're not getting knowledge from yourself. Whether it's a story, it's knowledge not from yourself. It's not knowledge that you're gaining from just staring out, observing the world. Just like, let me give you an example with, let's say, just a little child and their parents. As all of us have been kids before.
You're not getting knowledge from yourself either. You get it from what you say is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yeah,
that's an outside source. That's not from myself. No one could get knowledge from the source or from just observing the universe. You can't gain knowledge like that. You know what I mean? You need someone to actually.
Well, your body tells a story too. Your body is also an aspect of nature.
Yes, but I can't derive.
Brothers, it's a lot deeper than that. It's a lot deeper than that. I feel like, brothers. It's a lot. I'm sorry to intervene, but I feel like it's a lot deeper. When we talk about Kemetic, we talking deeper than science. We talking back, like trying to tap into where our ancestors was using the sky, the earth, and different changes was happening. Stuff now like that can't happen because there's a lot of interferences that happen within nature and stuff like that. So a lot of us Kemetic are trying to tap into what our ancestors was trying to do. A lot of the stuff they was doing, like regarded to nature and the sky, the earth, the water, stuff that helps us live as human beings. You feel me? Coming from kind of that way. It's deeper than the science. It's way deeper.
Okay, let's see. Look, I see where you come from with the story stuff, because I'm African. You know, I come from. I know many. I don't know them by heart, but I know many African stories, old traditional ones, which they teach you stories about the sun and stuff like that in a very, animated and very like methodological kind of way. Yeah, I see where you come from with that. But with that as well, with that and science, is that you need to be told that you can't get that information from yourself. Whether it's your parent teaching you it.
Hold on.
If your parents teaching you something from a science book, or maybe a story from a Kemetic story or African story, it's not from yourself. It's something that somebody else has to pass on to you, and something that that person passed on to you. You can't learn
Nature,
from yourself.
nature would be our teacher. Nature would be our teacher. Go ahead, good brother.
Somebody has to make sense of nature to you. Somebody has to teach you what nature is.
Yeah. Let's one person at a time. Wait a Marvin. One second. Marvin, 1 second.
Sorry, bro.
Go ahead, Gabs. You go ahead, and then I'm going to chime in, and we're going to get some order again. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just gonna say something from what the brother's saying. I hear what you're saying, brother, but I hear it, but it's not making no sense to me what you're saying, because what it sounds like you're saying to me is that ancient people who were traveling the world or trying to find their way through the harsh nature couldn't understand and make sense of their surroundings. Like, I'm trying to understand what you're trying to get, because think about it.
I could clarify for
our ancestors. Hold on a sec. Yeah, our ancestors had to understand nature. You know why? Because if they didn't take the time to look and understand their surroundings, we wouldn't be here having this conversation right now. So what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to say is, things happen where the ancestors had to test certain things to understand, to gain knowledge. So, for instance, if me and you are brothers, and we are in the jungle, and then we are hungry, and then we see a tree with some berries, let's pick up the berries and try it out and see if it's good to eat. Now, if one of us takes one of those berries and eats, and dies, what has the other brother learned?
Oh, so that's different.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
I'm not actually trying to state that. That's trial and error. We all know that, yeah? What I'm trying to say, because the topic's of God. So what I'm trying to say to you is that me and you could be in the jungle, born in the jungle, raised in the jungle, no one else around us. How do I know who God is without God telling me who He is, or without someone
we're gonna get there.
I can't know this for myself.
Okay, this is what we're gonna get. I'm gonna get to that.
That's different. But the topic is
no. I'm gonna get to that, because, like you said, it's true. No one didn't come and tell you about God, so it's true. So all you can do is use the nature around you, and guess what? Nature that you see and that you experience, and things that happen, the trial and error that you have, then become your stories. You see what I'm saying? When you then create a village or community, these become the stories that you pass down to the people in your community. Now, then you start giving titles to these stories so people can understand. You can say the creator. You've heard the stories of Anansi and the spider and the rabbit and the hare. All these stories become principles of the creator, because it's true. You don't see God, and God doesn't come and tell you these things. You have to experience it.
Let's say me and you.
See what I'm saying? So, what was that, bro?
Yeah, so let's say me and you in the jungle now, and I've got my story. Okay, you've got your story, but our stories contradict each other, though. Then let's say, for example, we come across another island, we find some women folk there, we have children, blah, blah, and we build our nation, But me and your story contradict each other, Who's contradict each other? And these nations and both our nations have contradiction beliefs. How do you know, okay, now, if that's the case for your belief system, how do you know what you're talking about and all these stories are true?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
There's someone's assumption of what reality.
Let me finish it with this. I'm just gonna say this quick and let some of the other brothers speak here, because this is what seems to happen. It seems like you're trying to go down the line of, okay, whose story is right and whose story is wrong. The thing is, people are brought up in different cultures and different environments. In those different environments where they're gonna make up stories for what they see around them. You see what I'm saying? If I'm in one particular place, I'm gonna make up stories. You see what I'm saying? That fit my environment. Now, if someone down on another island who has a different environment to me came to the same intuition as making up stories in their environment, and then we meet up, there shouldn't be no conflict between whose is right and wrong. They just learned that story in their environment, and I just learned mine in mine. You see what I'm saying? And this is what religion. And this is
the point I'm making. At the end of the day, it's a made-up story. what I'm trying to say in terms of Islam now is that we don't believe that, we believe it's important not for us to just make a story up of our reality. Yeah, we need to know what reality is from the one who creates reality. Then again, go back to that island that me and you are at. Yeah, I see this coconut tree. I want to say this coconut tree is a deity, and I don't know, it came from another planet. Yeah, that's my reality of this coconut tree. Doesn't mean it's true, but the reality is I've made that up. That coconut tree has its own origins, and it's there for a particular reason, and it has its own purpose. But I've made my own purpose up for it. It doesn't mean, but the reality, there is a truth and there is a fact behind it. That's why as Muslims we believe that text is important. Knowing divine text is important. Divine text is important. Yes, we do appreciate appreciate nature, and nature is very important. You know, because when we look at nature, we reflect on it and remember. We remember our Creator. We look at the beauty of it. And remember, wow, we were amazed by the creation. And we think about, things upon Allah. Imagine the Creator. Look at His power. When we look at mountains, rivers, etc., etc. But we need that text to make an understanding of these things. The same way the reason us went to school. You can have your stories about the sun, but you needed that science. You needed that knowledge, that other deeper knowledge about what the sun is and what it does. The stories are that all good, but you need other dimensions of the story about what the sun is, like with let's say European science.
It's deeper than the stories. Real quick, it's way deeper than the stories. Like, I don't know about the other brothers, but me per se, I'm going into like the study of the origins. And when we talk about the origins, you got to think like we believe that the origin of humanity started in Africa. So how could you question us for trying to follow in that path in terms of where we believe the origin of humanity started, and we're trying to tap into our ancestors that way?
But you're tapping, all due respect, brother, but you're tapping into something which is you can't fully tap into, bro. Because as you said, the Kemetic
because of a lot of the stuff. Hold on.
All we got left, let's be factual, as human beings, all we got left of history is artifacts and texts and matter, physical stuff, yeah? So trying to tap into things, there's things before Kemetic. So how are you going to tap into things before that, and then before that, and before that, and before that? You're kind of, let's say, just running around in a loop. With all due respect, brother, I'm not trying to disrespect no one's religion, but you're kind of running around, you're kind of chasing something which is, you can't really completely grasp. It's what I'm making, because we don't have, you can't, if you see what I'm trying to say, bro. Like,
okay, real quickly.
I understand.
If I can just,
brother.
All right. So my brother, let me just see if I can get your argument straight. So for you, you need a text such as the Quran to tell you what God is and what He wants from you, etc., etc. Whereas in the Kemetic understanding or the Kemetic thought pattern, we're saying particularly that the text is there as a guidance for us, but we should be able to come up with this understanding for ourselves. Okay, so what we're basically saying is that we utilize something called philosophy. Okay, once we're actually in a nice environment where there's nothing there that's harming us, that's threatening us to kill us, we can eat food and all those good things there, and we're able to survive. We can now start to contemplate or look at the universe and start philosophizing. And at the point of philosophizing, we now come to the understanding of what a God is. It might not be the same God concept that you hold, but we now understand.
Your own understanding of what God is.
Sorry?
You don't understanding of what you come to with philosophy, you come to your understanding of what God is. You don't come to the understanding of what God is. The reason why Muslims, we take text important, not just any text, not just any sheikh or someone's written book about God. We take the Quranic text seriously, because it's God telling us who He is and our purpose, and talking about His Creator. The same way if I bought, let's say, one big high-tech Blu-ray player, for instance, I'm not going to go and look for, I'm not going to try and make sense of how the functions work on it. I want to get the manual from Sony, who created that, who actually created and manufactured that Blu-ray player, to learn how to work it. I'm not going to philosophize about it. The reason why, let's say you bought a gadget in your house, you'll do the same thing. So I take life that seriously as well. I take it more seriously than that Blu-ray player. I want to find out, okay, cool. I want to find out how I function, my purpose, who created me, what is the person who created me about. I want to find out from him directly. I want to try and philosophize about this. With all due respect to your beliefs, that's something you can't really be philosophizing about. You see what I'm making?
Okay, because from where you're coming from is the fact that your God now speaks to, you know, your prophet, and your prophet now passes on the information to the rest of the world and so forth. That's fine and dandy. From an African, traditional African understanding, there is that process as well, but that process is more on the lines of we don't simply need a God person to now pass down this information to this one person to now give it to the rest of the world and so forth. We're coming from the fact that we all can simply look at the universe itself, okay, and see that we need certain things for sustenance and things that provide us sustenance. Now we then ask the question, where does these things come from? Where does, how does the plants grow, basically? And then we start to use science, we start to use knowledge, we start to use philosophy, we start to experiment, and we can see that, you know, there is something called the sun, there is something called the air, there's something called germination, and all these different types of things here. And then we grow our body of knowledge via that way. Then we keep on going further and further and further, and we start asking questions about, after we've delved into the terrestrial realm and we've come to a firm knowledge where we can experiment. Okay, we've got evidence for it, we've got experimentation for it, and we've got reason and rationale for it. Okay, we've passed that level. Now we can go into the universe. How was the stars, the moons, the planets, and so forth? How did they come about? Then we go into the galaxy. Then we go into the cosmos, the universe itself, and we look at that. And we say to ourselves, how was this universe created? Did it have a cause, or was it infinite? And we see that there is moving particles and all these different things here going on. And we say, oh, there must actually be a cause for the universe. The universe must have started. Hold on, my brother. Hold on.
Sorry,
hold on.
Real fast, brother. I feel like the more and more a lot of people get into the Kemetic and stuff, a lot more religions are going to try to simplify a lot of the things. Like, we got a big role in our lives. Like, when you just say the sun, I'm not going to get a da-da-da from the sun. Like, you're talking about the sun, something that is very, very that helps us live, all of us. Water, the earth. But real quick though, that was.
I know you want to jump in. Give me a second. Let me finish. Okay.
Nah, you good. I'm done. I'm good.
Okay. So then we start going into these types of things here. We look at the universe and we see all these things here, and we wonder, did it have a cause? And even now, scientists are still doing these things. Everything that we know in life is due to scientists and science actually looking at the world, philosophizing, coming up with hypotheses and testing these things and coming up with laws and so forth. So we go into the universe, and then we come to the conclusions from a Kemetic understanding that there must have been a first cause, something that's called the prime mover. We acknowledge that there is something called cause and effect, but a cause and effect, there has to be a causa that caused the effect in the first place. And inside of that, we come to the philosophy that there is something that we call, or you would call, God. We call it energy, we call it God, we call it noon, we call it atum, and all different names to describe exactly what it is and what it does. So we understand that. Then when we look into nature as well, we see that there is certain things that are constant. We see that there is, we learn the different principles that are inside of nature, and then we say to ourselves, can we take those principles and put them into our day-to-day life and practices and see what takes place from there? We experiment, we gather knowledge, we see what works, what doesn't work. After we've done that, we've got a body of knowledge that we know we can pass on to next generations, that if you just follow this guidance, this will work for you. There is something called the creator, or the prime mover, the uncaused cause that caused things to come into existence, that sustains the whole world and so forth. So we can do this simply by looking at our natural environment and coming to the conclusion that you would come to the conclusion based upon your God having to send down to this perfect person, or this one person who tells the rest of the world. Every single person inside of an African tradition could come to the same understanding that your prophets can come to. Every single person from an African perspective and an African culture has the ability to tap into the divine realm. It's not just simply limited to one person, and they can go into the divine realm and they can be able to prophesize, they can be able to get healing information and so forth and so forth. Like, that is the beauty of the Kemetic or African indigenous thought pattern. It's not simply one person, one source giving the information. Everybody is kind of like a democratic state where everybody has the ability to come to the conclusion there is a God. You can simply rely on the guidance that's passed down to you from ancestor or generation to generation, or you yourself can do that study and come to that understanding and conclusion.
That's where you come from. I think I partly agree with you in a bit on this, like basically you actually gain a lot of your knowledge from, let's say you said you tap into the creator.
Yes.
Yeah. So we believe in that as well. As Muslims, we believe in we pray to God, and we believe we receive guidance from our salah and from our acts of worship. Yeah, which I believe you may do in a similar way. Yeah. But what the one thing,
Brother Marvin, let me give you an example.
Hold on, Asar, wait 1 second. Let's let him finish first.
One thing which I think is very important is that the reason why you talked about how man kind of got to this stage through philosophy, through trial and error, through scientific experience, blah blah blah. But there has to be a basis for us to get to this level. We must have a foundation which we were taught by the divine from the get-go. So as Muslims, what we believe is that when Adam was created, God taught him how to speak, of course. So he was created knowing how to speak, and he was taught all the things on earth. So he was given knowledge then and then, you could say. He wasn't like just created and had to learn how to speak and learn how to do this by himself. Knowledge came externally to him from the creator. So we had a foundation for us to be able to achieve the things we achieve today, like going out of space, or even sitting here on Hangouts. It's a big development, you see what I'm making. But if that's why I can't believe, because just going back to what the brother was saying about learning from ourselves, the reason why I could reject that is, like, you could just do a basic experiment right now. Put a toddler in the jungle by themselves, and how much are they going to actually develop? So you can't learn from yourself. You have to learn externally. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that external learning is fundamental than it is learning from yourself. You can learn basic things yourself, like the brother talked about, like, okay, that berry's not good for me. It's giving me a stomach ache. I'm gonna eat those berries again. I'll eat those fruits over there. They're all good for me. They make me feel strong in the morning. But you try and error. That's something completely different. But in terms of proper development, you learn that externally. And here we talk about spiritual development and spiritual knowing.
Yeah, I definitely hear you. So again, you're literally taking a child out of its own personal environment and you're putting them into another environment that is completely foreign to it. Obviously, humans didn't grow up like that. They grew up in an environment from parents that passed down information to them, and their parents passed down information to them. Their environment taught them. They gain new things from developing in their environment and even venturing out into a new environment, etc., etc. But now let's actually go into, we was actually finishing off the whole, creation of man concept from an ancient Egyptian perspective. So what you've just touched on just there is, we're going to read it from our text so you can see the comparisons basically, or the similarities or the differences as well. So let's actually go back. We're coming back now. So I'm going to be reading from something called the Hermetica. Okay, for those people who need to know, it's called the Greek Corpus Hermeticum and the Latin Asclepius in a new English translation with notes and introduction. So obviously the Hermetica is to do with Hermes, which is obviously Hermes Trismegistus, which is known by the Greeks as by that name, known as Thoth or Jehuti in Egypt, known as Idris in the Arab world or the Islamic world, known as Enoch throughout the biblical Christian and Jewish world. So it says here, Mind, the father of all, who is life and light, gave birth to a man like himself, whom he loved as his own child. The man was most fair. He had the Father's image, and God, who was really in love with his own form, bestowed on him all his craftswork. And after the man had observed what the craftsman had created with the Father's help, he also wished to make some craftwork, and the Father agreed to this. Entering the craftsman's sphere, where he was to have all authority, the man observed his brother's craftwork. The governors loved the man, and each gave a share of his own order. Learning well their essence and sharing in their nature, the man wished to break through the circumference of the circles, to observe the rule of the one given power over the fire. Having all authority over the cosmos of mortals and unreasoning animals, the man broke through the vault and stooped to look through the cosmic framework, thus displaying to lower nature the fair form of God. Nature smiled for love when she saw him, whose fairness brings no surfeit, and who holds in himself all the energy of the governors and the form of God. For in the water she saw the shape of the man's fairest form, and upon the earth is its shadow. When the man saw in the water the form like himself, as it was in nature, he loved it and wished to inhabit it. Wish and action came in the same moment, and he inhabited the unreasoning form. Nature took hold of her beloved, hugged him all about, and embraced him, for they were lovers. Because of this, unlike any other living thing on earth, mankind is twofold: in the body, mortal, but immortal in the essential man. Even though he is mortal and has authority over all things, mankind is affected by mortality because he is subject to fate. Thus, although man is above the cosmic framework, he became a slave within it. He is androgyne because he comes from an androgyne father, and he never sleeps because he comes from one who is sleepless. And he says here, yet love and sleep are his masters. And after this, I think I'm going to stop there. I think I'm going to stop there, because then it goes on to other stuff, which does tie in. Actually, okay. As I said, when the birth of the seven was as follows: earth was the female, water did the fertilizing, fire was the maturing force. Nature took spirit from the ether and brought forth bodies in the shape of the man. From life and light, the man became soul and mind. From life came soul, and from light came mind. And all things in the cosmos of the senses remained thus until a cycle ended, and kinds of things began to be. So this is the Kemetic understanding, or the Hermetic understanding, of how man came to be in the universe. Man was created in and after the likeness of God, as God's child, so to speak, metaphorically, and he was also instructed in the beauties and the orders and the knowledge of the governors, which will be the planets or the angels and so forth. And he had a very beautiful, brilliant essence. But unfortunately for the man, he fell in love with the lower nature of himself, and he embodied nature, and he started to become a physical being, or being born from the earth, so to speak, the lower nature. And then therefore he became a split being of two natures, both being immortal from his essential self, being a byproduct of God, and then being physical or mortal based upon being a byproduct of nature and the earth itself.
Isn't that contradictory?
Sorry?
Isn't that like a contradiction?
Why so?
Like, how could you be mortal and immortal at the same time?
Because your physical flesh is mortal, has the ability to die, and you being immortal, which is the spiritual self, is immortal.
So you could actually die and live at the same time.
So, for example, which should be no contradiction to a Muslim, you can physically mortally die, but then your soul or spirit lives on and is waiting the day of judgment, and it's either eternal damnation or eternal paradise in Jannah. So technically,
so it's a physical and spiritual. Okay, cool.
Physical and spiritual. So your physical dies, but your spiritual gets to live on.
Okay, cool.
Okay, and that is the immortal part of you that comes and proceeds from God.
But the immortal part does the immortal part have a beginning?
The immortal part. Let me just read it out to you.
Because as for Muslims, we believe our spiritual side, our soul, had a beginning.
Okay, so it says in mind,
our soul is not infinite.
Okay, mind, the father of all, who is life and light, gave birth to a man like himself, whom he loved as his own child. The man was most fair, he had the father's image, and God, who was really in love with his own form, bestowed on him all his craftswork. So basically, man was birthed from the Father. So this had to be a particular time. He was birthed from the Father, and obviously, the Father and everything that comes and proceeds from the Father is technically always from the Father. So he's birthed in a particular time frame, but still comes from that eternal essence.
Also, he
interject?
came into existence.
Sorry?
He came into existence.
He came into existence, yes.
Okay, cool.
Can I interject?
Go ahead.
Because we've been talking a lot about Islam. We said the Abrahamic religions. I'd just like to.
So let's get the Christians involved. Let's go.
Because you mentioned the soul, and when did it begin? If you look at the Genesis, when it mentions that he breathed the Yahweh Elohim breathed the breath of life into Adam. That was the specific time. That was the moment in which God bestowed him a soul, a living spirit. That was the time that it began. From there on, the spirit is something that is passed on when, through reproduction. When you have kids, the kids have a soul as well, God-given soul. So every person has a soul because of that, of what God breathed the life. Even if you look in the Bible, when Abraham died, it says that he his last breath of life. It also mentions Isaac giving up the ghost or giving up the spirit. So there's something definitely that's in us that's maintaining our life and that's allowing us to live or basically functioning the body. And when that last breath or that spirit leaves, that's when we die. And
So
personally, from what the Bible states, we don't believe in when you die, you go straight to hell. What it is when you're dying, you're basically in an unconscious state. Your spirit has left the body. The very force that's functioning your body has left your body, but it comes back to you on the day of judgment. That's what we believe. But yes, definitely, there's some similarities in the soul, and yeah, that's my take on that.
Indeed. So definitely, if we go into the instructions of Mary Carre, he says here that he made sky and earth for their sake. He subdued the water monster. He made breath for their noses or nostrils to live. They are his images who came from his body. So we have that whole concept of breathing into one's body. So let's hear Mary Carre, 10th Dynasty Wisdom Treatise says, and I know my good brother who's a Sark should be able to read the meta lecture that's here, or the transliteration or the transcription of the meta lecture, should I say. And he says here, he made the breath of life for their nostrils. They are his image which came forth from his body. He shines in the sky as they desire. And then it goes on to further explain this. It says, here we see Ray placing the breath into the nostrils of men. But even greater significance is that in Mary Carre, man is described as the Senu of the creator God. Senu is derived from the word meaning second, hence likeness, image, and it is frequently written with a statue for the determinative, as in the papyrus Carlsberg 6 of Mary Carre. And he goes on to say here, more details of the creation of man is given in Genesis 2:7. Here God forms man, Yasar, frequently applies to the work of the potter forming a vessel in Isaiah 29, Jeremiah 18, etc. The materials from which man is made is afar, meaning dust or particles of earth. The picture here is reminiscent of Khnum, forming man on the potter's wheel, a concept found as early as the pyramid text, but not found in art until the 18th dynasty. As Khnum formed man on the wheel, the goddess Heket offers the clay figure the breath of life to the nostrils. This motif is also found in Egyptian literature. Says, my life is in their nostrils. I guide their breath into their throats. And then it gives you other quotes here where the same thing is taking place. So we can clearly see that in both concept of the Egyptians and the Christians, definitely. I'm not too sure with the Muslims. The Muslims as well. We definitely do see that there's an element of the breath of life being breathed into man itself. My brother brings up the point about until the day of judgment. That's when your soul now, what happens to your soul, did you say, my brother? My Christian brother, where are you?
The soul, I was mentioning in the Bible it states that when we die, the soul returns to God, but we don't immediately go to heaven. Heaven happens after judgment. While we're dead, we are in an unconscious state. The Bible describes death as sleep, just like how when you're sleeping, you don't experience the world. I mean, you're not awake. I mean, you're sleeping, so you don't, you're conscious of the world around you, if that makes sense. That's
That's
how the
right.
Bible, that's how God talks about sleep or
So
death.
yeah. So in the ancient Egyptian ideology as well, there is a principle of Judgment Day. I should really have all of this together right now, where there is a judgment taking place. Let me see if I can get it up for you, so we
The
can all see.
yeah.
I should just have it all here. I do have it, the original copies from the British Museum, but let me just bring up something from Google that we can simply share with everybody right now. Screen sharing. So we definitely do have the judgment scene where your heart is being weighed upon the scale. I don't know if you're able to see this. It's not as clear as I would like it to be. Let's see if I can view the image. So we definitely do have a judgment scene where, upon your death, you're waiting for the day of judgment.
I'm here with you.
And then you are judged. And then, once you've been judged, I wish we had the other scenes, which we can't pull up right now, unfortunately, but I'll speak through it anyway. Well, once you've been judged, you are then taken by the Father to meet the Son, who is Asar, or who is the created deity. Well, the other aspect of the created deity. And, you've been judged through a voice, and then you've also been given a nice free pass into the fields of peace. Okay. And then you have your own Jannah, or your own garden of peace, so to speak. But,
what are you being judged for? If correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe I misunderstood, but if God manifests himself into matter, which is all of us, why are you being judged for, since you're God in the first place?
Kalam, I was going to say something quick as well, because you made a little error. You said you're taken to the Son by the Father, but remember, you're taken by the Son to the Father. Remember, Heru,
oh, there you
take
go.
him to the Son. Yeah.
There you go. My preposition was the wrong preposition used. So yes, you're taken by the Son to meet the Father, because you've been judged through a voice. Yes, your deeds have been recorded, and you're taken into the fields of peace and so forth. But then there is also another scene where you're actually being given back, which is the opening of the mouth ceremony, where you are, it's called the Day of Standing, where your sarcophagus is actually raised to the living perpendicular, and then your soul, or an aspect of you, comes back into your sarcophagus, or your body, so to speak, and you're now reanimated. But my brother,
who's doing the judging?
Who's doing the judging? The judging is taking place. Let's go to the scene once again so you can see it.
Asar does the judging. Asar is your judge. Remember, Asar is the universal soul, and we have what we call mysteries. Asar is actually the spirit of Amen, and actually called Neb Chair later on, if if you're deeper into the Remech text, into the sacred text.
That's right.
If I put it all in a nutshell, right?
That's right.
So put it in a nutshell, put the names aside.
When you have who's sitting on the chair and doing the judging for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Okay, just in a nutshell, just support, because remember, in your belief, correct me if I'm wrong, everyone's one, right? So we're all God, we're just a physical manifestation of God, right? So if that's the case, then the spiritual God is just going to judge his physical manifestation of himself.
There you go.
So you're kind of judging yourself, but in a different form of yourself, correct?
There you go. Yeah.
Then what's the point then? With all due respect to ask that question, with no disrespect, then what's the point then? Why are you getting judged? Why are you judging yourself for?
Because because it's a test. Understand? You got to see it as this, bro. If you're God and now you're having a human experience or physical experience, like you said, we have a lot of tests in this physical realm, don't we? You wouldn't see God being tested in his spirit world. We haven't been in the spirit form to understand what being tested is. So when you come down into the physical, This is where you go through these different trials and these tests on this world.
But let's see if I
Growing
understand.
up.
I kind of get what he's saying. He's trying to say, like, for example, like in Islam and Christianity.
So let me let me give you an example. So like with Jesus now, yeah, this is where we kind of understand it with Christianity, because like with Jesus is supposed to be God now down in the physical. Now, what did Jesus have to do? Jesus had to come down like man, do the things as a man, go through a couple tests, trial and error, did his thing. Then once he passed these tests and he went to the next where he's supposed to go back to the Father. You see what I'm saying? You go back to the source. So this is all it is. You come down in this physical, you understand your way, you know what I mean? You live your life right, like you do what everyone says they want to do. Everyone wants to live their right, do their deeds and do whatever to get back to the Father. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I see where you're coming from. I don't agree with you. It doesn't make no sense to me. Say that with all due respect. But for example, it's like saying, put like this, because you believe God is divine and the most powerful, right? It's like saying, can God, create a mountain so mighty, so big that he himself could not crush? That's a question.
Okay.
I'll just repeat it. Can God?
I know what you're basically saying. There's the God can't do certain things basically. So let me go back into what's actually taking place.
It's not befitting His Majesty for him to do something like that. It won't be God in the first place. You see the point I'm making? Like
in his nature, etc., etc. I know what you're saying, but let's actually go into what's actually taking place first and foremost. So you have. Can everybody see my screen? Let me know if you can see my screen. Yeah, you can see my screen because I can't see anybody. Okay, so we have the judgment scene that's taking place here. This is actually a facsimile. Unfortunately, I apologize. I usually have the actual, the real one, meaning the actual photographic from the British Museum, but I haven't got the time to pull it up now. So we have a facsimile here where we have this person here called Ani or Anui. He is now passed away. He's deceased, but he is in the hall of judgment right now. So what is taking place right now is his heart, okay? His consciousness, his mind is being judged, okay? Is being judged against the feather of Ma'at, or the feather of righteousness, of justice, of balancement, of reciprocity, and so forth, okay? But as we see here, he is accompanied, or his heart is accompanied by a few different elements right here. It's accompanied by his let's see. Unfortunately, it's too small for me to read. But Renentet, Meschenent, the Ba, and Shai. Okay, these are different principles in ancient Egypt, in ancient Egyptian culture. Meschenent literally means the place of your birth. Okay, so you're going to be judged upon the place of your birth. Okay, based upon your Renentet, which is based upon what the Renentet gives to you, which is your name.
Can you also? You said that we're going to be judged. You could also say that we're going to be judging as well. Technically, we are going to be judging as well.
Bear with me.
So you could say we're going to be judging and we're going to be judged.
Bear with me.
Probably a better way to put it.
Bear with me, and then we can get a proper understanding, okay? So we have all of these principles, all of these things that are going to be accompanying you or accompanying your heart, okay? So your destiny, your Shai, your Ba, and so forth. So it's not simply whether you are righteous and whether you are just that you're going to be judged upon, is whether you manifested the aspect of divinity that you were given. Because every single one of us was an issuing out of the Creator. Every single one of us has a particular gift to bring to this earth that comes strictly from divinity itself. Okay, so it's not just whether you are righteous in this world, is whether you manifested your potential, whether you manifested your destiny, whether you lived up to what your soul identity was supposed to be, whether you lived up to your name. Do you have a good name at the end of your death, and so forth? So all of these things are going to be judged by somebody, which is Anubu or Anubis, who's going to judge you or be the one who's holding the scale, taking you in here and holding you up and seeing you accountable. Then we've got something here called Jehuti or reasoning or thought or wisdom to actually see whether you have done the things that you were supposed to do and whether you are judged wisely. Otherwise, there is something called here a second death, where you don't actually go and actually have and become an akhu. An akhu is basically an effective one, an ancestor, somebody who is passed on to the next realm, so to speak. But in here, there is something called the 42 laws or the 42 negative confessions that are going to be recited by you. Okay. Most of us know by the 42 negative confessions, but most of us don't actually know that there is an actual ritual that takes place in the here and the now. Once you have passed away, okay, somebody officiates as these different divinities. They take on the office of these particular divinities, and then they read out certain things at your funeral, okay? And if anybody brings up any charges against you, you are to recite these verses to say, I have not stolen, I have not taken any offerings, I have not slept with another man, and so forth. All of these things are supposed to be read out to show the world that you haven't, whatever charges somebody brings up against you, you have not done those things. But if any of those charges proves to be true, okay, and not false, guess what? You are not buried ceremoniously, okay? And you are now discarded from entering into the ancestral realm and becoming part of the ancestors. You are now technically, devoured by Amut, who is the devourer, okay? But if you do pass the test, you're not going to be taken by Horus or Haru, the son of God or the son of Asa, and then you're going to be given an eternal paradise afterwards. Okay, so you're technically judged by yourself and by the morals and by Ma'at itself. You're actually judged by Ma'at and who you are supposed to be. These people are just recording what it is and actually, saying, yes, you've done the things that you're supposed to do, and then you now go on into the next realm. Okay, now you're asking me, the question is, so you're telling me, is God judging God? Yes and no. Okay, we are simply saying that humans are an issuing forth of the divinity, just as you would say in your Quran that humans are literally from the ruh of Allah, from the spirit of Allah, or from the spirit of Allah. So that's exactly what we're saying. But once we are a spirit of Allah, we have certain divine qualities that Allah has, and we have certain imprints that us and only us have that no other creature in the world has. And this is our ba, our soul. And once we've been given a name by our parents, we are supposed to live up to whatever that name is supposed to be. And technically that name has a power of heka or magic. Okay, so whatever somebody calls you is what you will technically end up becoming anyway. Okay, so going back to it, is it God judging God? Yes and no. Okay, there is the supreme being that technically judges you. There is humanity, okay, that judges you as well. Your fellow individuals that actually belong to your own peer group, belong to your city, actually judges you whether you should pass through as somebody who is remembered in the next life. If you've done something wrong, if you are a child molester, if you are a murderer, if you are a thief, okay, the chances are you're not going to pass on to the next world as somebody who is remembered and loved.
So to me, I'll say this with all due respect, I like to respect everyone's faith where respect is due. It seems to me like it's it's like a role-playing thing, because you said that is God judging God? Yes and no. Okay, let's deal with the yes part, because there is a yes part and there's a no part. Let's deal with the yes part. So partly God is judging God, partly, as you've said, yeah? So that's role-playing, really. That's like you playing both characters in a scenario. You're playing the judge and you're playing the one who's getting judged. Like, to me, I look at that and think, okay, where's the sense in that?
Okay, so my brother, real quickly, nobody, okay,
you're the defendant and the judge.
Nobody in the Kemetic world or the African world would equate themselves as being God or the most high God. What we're simply saying is we are a byproduct of God. Does that make sense to you?
So you're from God.
So we're from God. Does that make sense to you?
It doesn't make sense. That means if you're from God, you're from his what's the best word I could use? You're from his form in a way. Like, let's say someone who's derived from a human being, it's likely they're going to be a human being. That's what I'm making. So with God, you're of his nature. You're of his nature, right? Would you agree? Would you say you're of his nature?
We have his nature, yes.
So you're God-like. Okay, I won't say you're God, but you say you're God-like. Is that? Would you agree? You're God-like.
Yes, for a nice way for you to understand it. Yes.
Then okay. So God is judging something similar to himself.
Okay. So for example, okay, Adam, Jesus is all the word of God. All proceeds from God. All have the spirit of God in them. Are they the most high God? No, they simply represent and have the aspects of God in them. Does that make sense?
We believe something different. I know the Christians believe in something similar to yours, but Muslims, we believe we have no likeness to God. As you yourself quoted a bit earlier about, you quoted Surah Ikhlas, and I believe the way you quoted, you actually understand the translation of that as well, is that God has no likeness to us.
And that's your downfall.
Pardon?
And that's your downfall.
It's not my downfall, bro.
And
I'll quickly touch it very briefly. I'll just
hold on. Let's keep it respectful.
That's not my downfall, bro. Because at the end of the day,
it seems like a deist religion, because it's like he's just abandoning you and just leaving you there. There's no part of you.
I wouldn't like the idea. I wouldn't like the idea of my God going to the loo. I wouldn't like the idea of my God sleeping and feeling weak and feeling hungry. That goes very far away from that. I need to go to the loo. I feel hungry. You know what I mean? I'm dependent. I feel weak. I feel confused sometimes. I'm a human being. For God to have any likeness, this is someone who's not
talking about. We're talking about the spirit, not the flesh.
All right,
talking about the spirit.
It's my downfall, brother. I'm rejoiceful that God has none of these. It's very far from these characteristics.
No problem. Continue, my brother. You was on a roll. We would love for you to understand what's going on in Kemetic philosophy. So continue with your concerns.
Me?
Yes, we was having a dialogue. Go on, continue.
Oh yeah. So yeah, what was that? So yeah, basically, so it's like with the Judgment Day thing. It's like God judging his likeness, you could say.
There you go.
Yeah.
There
okay,
you go.
cool. I'm just thinking.
Go ahead.
But how could? Well, it's because it's like, how could one be the most powerful, the most capable, and all these magnificent things, the perfection of powerful, the perfection of all these great words, have a weaker form? It kind of contradicts itself.
My brother, my Christian brother, just wait. My Christian brother,
creator.
Hold on, people. Hold on. Let's just let him get what he needs to get out, and then I'll invite everybody else to come and speak. So go ahead, my brother. Finish what you had to say.
And just touch on the Christian brothers, like us. You know, I've got family who are Christian, so I'm not attacking Christianity. You know, I'm not attacking you personally. I'm not attacking no one here personally. But with your religion yourself, brothers, like, it makes no sense whatsoever, because look at Christianity basically in a nutshell.
My brother, real quickly, like, let's not do that. Let's just, what else is your concern, so we can get that.
Okay, I'll just leave it as that, because I've got work tomorrow as well. I'll just leave it at that last bit about I don't get the Judgment Day bit, because it's like God judging God.
Okay.
And I see no point to it. It's like role playing.
Can I ask him a couple, just
go on.
One question.
Go ahead.
All right, good brother Marvin. I want to know, like, going back to what you was talking about earlier. You really don't think, like, if you were dropped in a jungle or some type of environment, after a while your body would naturally just start catching on what to do, like hunger, like I have to hunt, I have to fish, I have to, out of natural. No one has to tell you this. It'll happen naturally.
Listen, I talked about that with the other brother. I don't know if he's still here. I don't think I caught his name.
Oh, I probably wasn't here.
Because the topic's about God, the topic's about divinity. In terms of, let's say, getting by, it's in our nature. God made us like that to feel hungry and to get food. Even a newborn baby will try and put something in its mouth. You see what I'm making? I understand that. I'm not talking about just that, just surviving. I'm talking about just general survival. I'm talking about knowing your purpose in life, understanding the universe. This is something a person thrown in the jungle can't know unless it's from an external source.
I feel like I honestly believe he's showing us all of that in nature, and by people believing in stuff like just the text and other things, that's the very thing that they use to confuse the minds from nature, from the base of creation, nature. I believe, like that's just, hold on, like I wrote down. Yeah, basically,
we believe man will naturally believe in a higher source, but that's not enough. He needs to know, okay, more about this higher source. So naturally believe in something more powerful, more divine than himself, more powerful than himself. That's in our nature. That's in our nature. However, to have understanding of the universe, understand his purpose. Okay, why am I here? Why do I exist? What is existence? This information could only come to you externally. Staring at the stars, staring at a tree, staring at the water can't tell you that. You can philosophize, and if
you can study it, you can study it. We're not staring at it.
Hold on. Let's test his hypothesis. What did you just say there, my brother? You said something.
I said that you can't find out your purpose of life. Your purpose of life, I'm talking about, by staring at the stars, staring at the palm trees, staring at the fishes, whatever it is, staring at a tower block in Brixton or whatever.
Okay.
You can't find out your purpose of life through these things.
Excellent. That's your hypothesis.
You could come to the conclusion of there's a creator, yes, but I'm talking about your purpose in life.
So that's your hypothesis, okay? That you need the creator to tell you your purpose in life, and that is told via your Quran, that says that you have to be your purpose in life is to worship Allah and to be a slave of Allah. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so I just want to know from a Kemetic understanding, okay, from a Kemetic understanding, this is perfect now, what is the Kemetic belief or the Kemetic understanding, what their purpose in life is, and how did they come to know what that was? Is anybody there?
I think it's a lot that we haven't. A lot of people like me, I'm new to the belief in Kemetic, probably like a year now. So I'm not a whole lot knowledgeable, but it seems like it's not hard to understand in terms of like following nature, like the path of nature. I keep stressing nature because I feel like it's being simplified. Like I feel like it's just really being simplified, and things that have been thrown in to confuse that, things like nature, things like text, not nature, things like text, things like technology, things like stuff, tampering, science. That's why I said it's deeper than science, because even science is tampering with nature and stuff like that. So it's even deeper than science. But, that's really...
Brother, would you say with the year that you've been into science...
Marvin, 1 second, stay there. Just stay there, my brother. I want to just get a general consensus from my brothers on the panel to see.
Yo.
Yes, Gabs, go ahead.
Yo, yeah, sorry. To the brother, I was gonna say, on the question you just asked, Kalam, about what our purpose is from a Kemetic point of view, is obviously we see that we need to reproduce. We see that in nature. Everything makes a copy of itself. So that's one thing that we learn. And two, another thing is know thyself. Yeah, gaining knowledge, knowing yourself. This is what I was talking about, knowing the being that you are, because you are that spirit, you are that God. And now you have to understand and know what is going on in this physical realm. You see what I'm saying? That's the test. This is the test what I'm talking about, bro. And you should, and any person in religion should understand this, because you will do the same thing. Hold up. Hold on,
Brother,
brother. Hold
keep
on,
your
brother.
hold on 1 second. Stop real quickly. Everybody who I know a few of you lot are new to Talk with the Titans and Titans TV, but over here on Talk with Titans, we have 3 rules. Number 1 is to keep your mics muted at all times. Number 2 is to respect the other person's cipher. So when they're speaking, you do not cut in, but you keep your mics muted until you're actually invited in. And number 3 is we do not accept any profanity onto the show, because this is a family-friendly zone where everybody can come in and tune in. People have been watching these shows, literally in their barber shops, amongst their aunties, their uncles, their families, and so forth. It's not like other channels where they're swearing every other, few minutes. This is actually a family-friendly environment, and we tend to respect each other and each other's viewpoints. So continue, Gabs, and everybody else, keep your mics muted until you've been invited in to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, knowing yourself and knowing nature around you. Knowing yourself and knowing the nature around you as well. That's part of your test, because even I know our religious brothers will say that even every person born, even without even being told, what's right from wrong. But then the question is, where did we get that from? Because would you say that God knows what's right and wrong? Of course he would. So if we're born with that spirit of knowing what right and wrong is before anybody teaching us this, where did we get that from? So that's even more proof to show you that we have that same spirit which the Creator has. You see what I'm saying? So we are going through the test in this physical realm. It's just as simple as that. You know what I mean? We don't need someone to come with a book or you know what I mean, and teach us these things. This is the whole reason why the whole creation is there. This is why what would be the reason for God creating all this stuff if we had to wait on just a book or some literature? You see what I'm saying? Definitely. What would be the point of the universe and the sun? What's the point? We wouldn't need it then. We would just be sitting in a void, just waiting on some text. You see what I'm saying? That's all we need. You know what I mean? Just to sit in a dark room with a torch, reading some text. That's all we need. So I'm trying to show you that the bigger picture is nature and understanding that.
Okay. So my brother Asa, go on.
I was gonna say one more thing there. Sorry, this is one question that I was gonna give to the Muslim brother, because he said something earlier. Yeah, where he said
can you hold it?
Allah is.
Can you hold it? Can you hold it? Because I just want to
I'll hold it. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, go ahead. Asa?
I'll say a couple of things, Brother Marvin. One, it's no different than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala creating you. Why would something create if it has no reason to create? If it created you and already knows, because Allah is the best knower, what you're going to do, what's the purpose in him bringing you into existence? The other thing is this, scientifically, if we talk about the Quran and how you would know, or how we can look at nature, it says Surah 37:6, Surah 37, Ayah 36, we have indeed decked the lowest heaven with an adornment, the stars. It says Surah 71 through 15 through 16, it says, see you not how Allah has created the 7 heavens, one above another, and made the moon a light in their midst, and made the sun as a glorious lamp. And then if you take the hadith from the desert Bedouin, he says what? He says, how do you know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists? And I'm going to paraphrase. He says, because when I look at the sky, I can see the celestial footprints. And right before that, he says, how do you know humans exist? He says, I see the footprints in the sand. So saying we can't look at nature and judge how things are happening in our universe or how we came about would be incorrect even by the Quranic standard. So we have to understand that nature is one of the tools that, in your case, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala left for us to understand our existence. And it's definitely one of the bigger tools that we use as those who respect nature.
Can I come in, brother?
Nope, not yet. Everybody has to have their say and give you. So this is from a Christian understanding. My brother Hal, You there? Hal, you there? Okay. If you're not there, I'm going to move on. Christian brother, my Zulu brother, are you there? Okay. So again, I'll talk now. So definitely, let me give it to you from a Kemetic understanding of what the purpose of their particular life is, or Kemetic purpose in particular life is. Now, one of the key things is to have ankh, or is to have eternal life. Okay, is to live eternally like the celestial stars. So by looking at nature and realizing that they are part of nature, and realizing the aspects and divinity of God, everybody, there's two. Let me go back furthermore. There's two things. First, it's eternal life. Okay, everybody wants to receive that key of eternal life. That's one of their fundamental purposes. Number two, okay, is to unite with divinity, is to raise themselves up and to be divine as they were created to be. That is literally the two purposes, which is really rolled into one. Divinity and eternal life is literally linked together, life and light. And that is according to the Hermetica, and that is according to Egyptian philosophy, full stop. That is one of their purposes, is to receive eternal life. Now, how do you come by receiving eternal life and becoming divine? Again, from the ancient Egyptian perspective, is that at the moment of your conception, or your partition, the moment of your partition, which is the moment of your birth, okay, the breath of life is breathed into you from the cosmos. So from the cosmos, okay, which is the stars, which is astronomy or astrology yet again, whichever star is up there, there is a particular light or ray that comes and incarnates inside of you, which now becomes your bar, or one of your identities itself. And that aspect of you gives you your nature. So for example, some of us may be Cancerians, Pisces, Aries, Leos, and whatever the case is, whatever you are. We're dealing with astrology now. This is how they dealt with the natural world. We realize that each one of those houses or constellations projected a particular energy down onto the earth and into human beings. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people out there, if you look at your horoscope, so to speak, you will identify that a lot of those things, if you've ever done a birthing chart before, really corresponds with your identity and the soul of who you are. So that's number one. In knowing that divine aspect of you, you now are supposed to live up to your purpose, or to your bar identity, to who you are as a personality. Okay, that's number one. Okay, is living up to that, which is really going back to your divinity. And once you've lived up to it and you've reached that divinity, you now get eternal life. Number two, again, we've mentioned it before when we showed you the what's it called? The judgment scene. Number two is your Ren, which is your name, okay? Which is your name. Your mothers and your fathers now give you a name, okay, to give you a purpose in life of what you're supposed to be and achieve. So most of us were named all these different names, you know, these English names like Scott and Matthew and I don't know, Francis, that may not actually have any particular meaning, or we don't know what our names is, but our names are very, very powerful. Once you come to a knowledge of what your name is and what your parents intended you to be, you're supposed to live up to that, and that is your purpose. When any time a person creates something, they then name that thing for that thing to inhabit or incarnate that purpose. Okay, your purpose is given to you via your name. So your terrestrial gods will give you your purpose, which is your name and your identity. Your name, and then your celestial gods will give you your identity that you're supposed to live up to. Once you live up to that, live up to your purpose, your further purpose is to have eternal life and to be one with the divinity, that you can become an achu, or an ancestor, or an effective one, where you could still shine brilliantly even in the hereafter to help people here on the terrestrial plane. So from a Kemetic understanding, that is your purpose of life.
Can I speak, brother?
Go ahead.
Mike, them was sick.
Yeah, so basically, I appreciate all of your inputs. So yeah, just what Brother Unsar said. He said that, first of all, I'm not anti-nature, and the scriptures, that the text that you quote from the Quran is true, that but the nature to us, they're signs of God's miracles. So through nature, that's evidence to us that God exists. But my point is that nature doesn't teach us our purpose. Brother Kalam, you said, first thing you said is about astrology, right? One of the things you said is that I don't know how through nature, let's just say nature, no one speaking to no human beings, how nature could teach you about your star sign. Yeah, that's one. You talked about names. Put human beings aside again. You living up to your name, right? You said that's one of the things. Yeah, that's one of your purposes, living up to your names. Nature can't teach you that. Nature can't teach you how to live up to your name. Because we took my case was nature. How do you learn things from nature? I said that you need external sources for your knowledge. And because I've got work early in the morning, so I'm just going to wrap this up. I just want to if you don't mind, if I could just ask, if each one of you could answer this quickly, is that all of you have been studying this for a while, all of you probably all at different times. Would you personally say that you've learned more about your belief through text, and please be honest, through text or through nature?
All right, my brother, 1 second before you jump onto that. Okay, earlier on, I read out something to you. I'm trying to find it again, which is, one of the fundamental principles in ancient Egypt or Kemet is 1, know thyself, and thou shalt know all the mysteries of the gods and the universe. Okay, so number 1, okay, the way you look at nature is that human beings is absent from nature. Okay, we're learning from our ancestors or from our predecessors, which is our parents, okay, when they had the act of creation or procreation. Most of us, we procreate ignorantly. We don't actually know the science of solar biology of what we should be doing, 3 months prior to actually lying down and having sex, okay? The things that we should be doing, how we should be, doing things to our body to making sure that it's at its most prime. We should be doing things prior, physically and spiritually, to build ourselves up. Okay. Then afterwards, during that process of gestation and so forth, we should be doing other things that we are molding the child inside of us spiritually and physically as well. And then when it comes out, we've already got our foreknowledge of what we want that child to be. Okay. We already know what we want that child to be, and we pronounce that name at a particular ceremony. Some cultures is 8 days, 9 days, or whatever many days later, we have a naming ceremony. And that naming ceremony is so powerful. If you're in Yoruba culture, Ghana culture, which is Tree, Ashanti, and so forth, we have this naming ceremony that takes place that is specific, where we give the children their names, and we also give them their secret names as well. When they grow up, we even tell them what those names are supposed to be, and they're supposed to live up to that. So that is simply us within inside of nature, an aspect of nature. The terrestrial human beings, our terrestrial creators, gave us our identity, gave us our purpose via our names, and we are supposed to educate our children and cultivate our children to live up to their divine purpose that we already had foreknowledge as their procreators or creators for them. That's number 1. Number 2, we can look at the celestials, the stars, okay, and we built over a period of time knowledge of the stars of what takes place. For example, we know that if we plant a seed during October, for example, that seed may not grow. We need to wait till springtime or February or March for us to plant that seed, because there's certain things in nature that's not aligned yet via the stars. So nature teaches all of these things to us. Fortunately for us, we have a science, okay, which is a body of knowledge via observation and experimentation and rationale or reasoning, where we've created this science or this body of knowledge that we know that once somebody is born underneath a particular star, okay, they incarnate a particular energy within inside of them. If you see, most Leos have the same nature inside of them. Most fire signs have the same nature inside of them. most Libras have the same nature inside of them. This is widespread where we can observe it and we can see it. So we can test that what our ancestors had, the knowledge that they had, we can see it now, here and live today. So this is nature teaching these things to us. It's not something that's external knowledge, or I don't know, whatever you want to call it. This is something that nature teaches us. We've created a body of knowledge and we pass it down to our children. Now, that's to answer that question, or to clarify what you were saying. But go ahead, you was going to ask us a question.
Yeah, okay, I'll go on to the next question. But yeah, you did answer my question with the astrology bit, with the horoscopes. Yeah, don't agree with it, but that's your belief. Okay, cool. Agree to disagree. But with the naming thing, remember I talked about the naming thing, that's still information, knowledge getting passed on by your predecessors, human beings. I'm talking about learning your purpose from nature. So I'm talking about non-human beings, nature itself.
No, nature.
How nature could teach you anything about your purpose for your name.
Human beings are part of nature. Animals are part of nature.
Okay, that's your definition. But just going by my definition now, I'm excluding human beings. Because when I'm talking about nature here, I'm excluding human beings from it. In this particular part, if you talk about nature, yes, we're part of nature. I agree with that. But what I mean by nature here, I'm talking about nature excluding human beings. I'm talking about we're the subject here. So I'm just talking about nature. I'm talking about us learning from nature, excluding human beings right now. Because if I say, look at all that nature, I'm not talking about. If someone goes through, let's go to the countryside and experience nature. They don't actually mean let's go over there and look at human beings. They mean go and look at the trees, the fields, the flowers. You see the point I'm making.
I know because this is how you've understood things. But
no, I'm just using that because that's a common understanding right now.
I know how you're using it, but I'm saying to you that commonly understood, we as human beings are part of nature. We are not supernatural. We're not outside of nature. And again, I read something out to you. It says, know thyself. Knowing thyself is literally knowing yourself, knowing your ancestors, everything that made you who you are. So of course, knowing the information from our parents is part of nature and is part of our principles of knowing ourselves.
Okay, so just going to my next question. I appreciate that. Thank you. So going to my next question will be my last question. And if you guys could it's a quick yes or no, it's a quick 10-second, probably like you could probably answer it in a sentence. So basically, from all of your journey within Kemetic science or whatever it's called, African science, would you say you've learned most, from nature? And I'm talking about nature as in excluding human beings from just a common understanding of nature, not your particular understanding, but a common understanding of nature, excluding human beings, just basically just the scenery, not human beings. Would you say you learned the majority from nature? As you say that's how the people of the past used to learn a lot from, or would you say you learned a lot of what you know from texts? Because I'm getting the impression, what I understand is that what I look at, just going by the Kemetic people that I know personally, is that a lot of it is from text, but what they do tend to do is going about nature, but a lot of it comes from text. A lot of what they know comes from text. A lot of what they know about nature now, what they learn about nature and us all being one from nature and how we should learn from nature, they learn these teachings from text. So text is actually their source. But now they're transitioning into this nature kind of learning things, but they're still very dependent on the text. So I'm just asking you a question for all of you guys, because I don't want to generalize you guys. That's why I'm asking the question. Would you say you got to come out the majority from nature or text?
Okay, Brother Asar, I'm going to pass it on to you, and then I'm going to make sure everybody on the panel has an opportunity to answer it for our brother Marvin.
Yeah, the text is true, no doubt. We use the text. We are not the originators of text, because we can go all the way back to the Kuku or the Khoi people, but their texts are similar to ours because they created the text first, as far as I know, as far as the first spirituality on the planet. So when you talk about the text, of course, we're going to refer to the text, but you have to understand the texts were made from aspects of nature taking place. So when you talk about the solstice and you talk about Jehudi measuring the earth, et cetera, or you talk about December around the 25th and certain things happening with the moon and the winter coming you know, full scale, or when the equinox is about to happen. We talk about Asar's two sisters welcoming him back home, because we know that the days of light are going to start to extend longer than the days of night. Most of these texts are built off of happenings in nature. When you talk about the beef with Heru and Set, you're talking about an eclipse going over the sun. When you talk about a pep, you're talking about eclipse happening during times of the sun. So this is
my question
what these texts are built off of.
So
they're built off of happening in nature.
So I don't think you understood my question properly. Forgive me for cutting in. Is that I'm asking you personally, not from the Kemetic people as a whole from the past. I'm talking about you personally. Have you learned more from nature or text?
Me
you personally,
not if you look at me, I can go pull out a telescope and I can go pull out a microscope real quick while they're answering other questions. I'm gonna do both. But the text also teaches us what our ancestors bear witness to. So if your ancestors tell you something, you listen to them because they have the knowledge. Muslims know this as well. This is why you keep the isnad. This is why you keep the chain of narrators, because you believe so-and-so is righteous. You believe he was close to the prophet, and so-and-so had a front row seat to what was happening in nature. And we do the same thing, but our texts are derived from happenings in nature and in our everyday lives. That's how they came into being.
Okay, I'm going to pass on to my brother Gabriel to answer that question.
Yeah, to the brother, I was going to say, just on what Asar was saying, obviously the text is there, but bro, you just got to see it like this. As a child, the first thing that you get taught, or the first thing that you understand is not text, bro, from school. You don't learn text as a child in school. And obviously it is nature is the first thing that teaches us. Do you know why? Because as a child, the first thing that you experienced when you got to a certain age of knowing was nighttime and daytime. You saw the sun setting, and then your mom said to you, listen, you need to get ready for bed now. Then you saw the sun rise, and your mom said, listen, it's morning time, it's breakfast. Your mom didn't show you no text. This is what you saw from the sun. Also, when the sun was rising, you might have heard birds singing, depending on where you were. Do you know what I mean? Which is another sign to know that it was morning. Also, as a child, you understood what a dog was and a cat was. You understood, because I got my sons now when they were small. They used to say, "Look, doggy, doggy." I'm the one that taught them this. This is not through text. All they knew what animals were. So all I'm trying to say is, all these things that you're saying, if we understood, do we use nature or text? Of course. You have to know. You wouldn't get the text if it wasn't for the nature, bro. You see what I'm saying? Because the text is just verifying it and just writing it down. That's all that is. You see what I'm saying? So you have to understand nature and your environment before you even get to the written text. That's why when you go to school, they just teach you go through phonics. Then you start learning your words. Ba. You know it's an apple. You already know because you've seen it. You've seen fruits. Before you went and started reading text on fruits and all these other things. So to answer the question, yeah, bro, nature did play a part, and also text did verify it. So they both work hand in hand. Nature, but nature was obviously the beginning part.
Thank you, my brother. I'm gonna pass it on to my brother Rodney.
Yeah, I'm gonna say nature, definitely. And the reason I say that is just like looking onto, like, even just looking at the news and looking at everyday life, like we see the world changing every day. Me personally, I think for the worse, because I think of a lot of the stuff that's going on with nature, you know, stuff with the ozone layer, climate change, all that stuff, tampering with, we see how tampering with certain things affect the environment. I feel like the world will be a lot better, and us as people will be a lot better growing and going forth into the future if we do more in taking care of our environment. I really think it's basic. I really think it's not too, just because it might sound simple, yeah, just the sun or just stars and stuff, but those are key things, I think, into progressing our world. Like we have to learn how to keep this stuff going. and not letting like pollution and stuff like that, little things like that, I think it holds us back from us connecting with nature, because we're so into, oh, forget about nature, it's so simple, and stuff like that. So yeah.
Okay. And I'm gonna give my own rendition. See, it's kind of weird because am I Kemetic to actually answer that question, so to speak? All right. I'll give it to you like this. Personally, I am an avid reader. I'm not even gonna be around the bush. I read books upon books upon books upon. You just see like not even an eighth or 24th of the amount of books in the background right there. So I'm an avid reader. I love learning knowledge via books, whether it's Aristotle, Quran, Aeschylus, we got the Iliads, Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Coptic, Arabic. I love learning. So I'm an avid reader, hands up. Okay. But at the same time, I belong to certain mystery systems, so to speak. And one of our fundamental principles is the principle of becoming a walking question mark, a walking, talking question mark. So though I read all of these great books and stuff like this, okay, I can never say that I believe in any one of those books there. I really don't, okay? That's why I can't even classify myself as most of these religions and all these things there. I cannot. Okay. So I have to be a question mark. And I myself belong to things where we do a lot of meditations. We do a lot of, observations. We do a lot of these different types of things there. And that's where I personally get my solid information that I rely and trust on. The other stuff is what I call academic knowledge, or books that I cite and saying, according to such and such, according to such and such, according to such and such. But the things that I personally know is the things that I personally have observed with my own self. I've observed my own self, or I experienced my own self, and I've experimented with. Okay. I come with the idea of the tabula rasa, which means you become a clean slate. Okay. We have all of these preconditions or presuppositions that we've gained through our environment, through socialization and so forth. I acknowledge those things there, that I have those things. But when somebody actually really asks me a question, or I want to delve into something, I will become a blank slate, and I will now question those things. And I'll now observe those things, and I'll now research those things via my environment or via books or whatever the case is. I'll do those things. And I even go into something called meditation. Whereas now you're not just looking at the external environment to learn information, you're now going into your internal environment where you can connect with the divine itself, and that side of things can give you information. So a lot of my information, I'll be real, I'm going to say this open on air, which I rarely say these things. I go there to learn my information. I go down into the divine realm, so to speak. I get that information, and then again, I now come into the real world. And then I become that walking, talking question mark, where I now question whether those things that I've been taught is it simply illusions, or is it something that's real to myself? And then I now actually go to try to investigate the things that I've been taught. Are they real? Are they real in my environment itself? Are they real via the text or previous knowledge that has been laid down and so forth? Then I rationalize those things and I come up with my own personal conclusions. So that's my particular answer. So in reality, I'm an avid reader. Just so I can simplify it for you, I'm an avid reader. I love learning things via books, but I don't take them as 100% fact. Okay, then there's a next side of me, which is the mystic side of me, where I learn things through the divine realm. And then I observe things through my natural world. And then I become a scientist, and I investigate, or I speculate, and I become a philosopher, so to speak, to see what I personally have investigated and I can acknowledge and confirm is true or false. That's why when most times people ask me a question, what do I believe in? I'm like, sorry, I don't actually deal with the belief, because my mystical training has taught me to be a walking question mark, where I'm not supposed to believe in anything. Don't believe in anything. You're supposed to question those things. And once I've questioned those things, and I've done my investigation and I've come to my conclusion, I can now say, this is what I know. And then realistically, that is based upon the natural world, the mystic world, and obviously through text or information passed down orally or physically via literature. Sorry for the long spiel.
That's cool, man. just want to say, I appreciate you all for that. Yeah, thanks for hosting as well. I'll definitely like to join a few more of these in the future. I'll definitely be following you on Facebook, Kalam, just to get updates on when you're doing this next. And I'm a big fan of the channel as well. Love the debates. Yeah, and just keep up the keep up the good work, man. And hope to catch you guys soon on this.
I'm a big fan of you. I'm a big fan of you as well, my brother. I'm a big fan of you as well. I know the voice. I know the voice.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Aki.
Cool, brother.
Yeah. Okay. Rotted, you know what? We've been going on and on and on and on. What hour are we on right now? We've reached the 2 hour mark clearly, haven't we?
3 hours.
3 hours right now. Damn. All right, let me just make sure we've got everything that we're supposed to actually get out of the way. What are the similarities between the Kemetic and the Abrahamic religions? Do you worship God? And if so, how do you worship God? Okay. Gabs, are you there? This is the last question. From the Kemetic understanding, do you worship God? And if so, how?
From Kemetic, do I worship God and how? Do I worship God? I'd say, yeah. And how is simply what I was explaining to the Muslim brothers: understanding myself, understanding nature, and gaining that knowledge. I think that's the worship that I gotta give to myself, because it's only gonna better myself and better my community and people that's around me. In that case, I'd say, yeah, I worship by gaining knowledge, understanding nature, and then letting nature take its course.
All right. My brother Asar.
I worship nature. I don't call nature God. God is like it's like a secondhand term, no different than you all say Yahweh, you all say Krishna, or you will say Allah. We say nature. So yeah, I give nature worship. I venerate my ancestors. That's the chain that it came through. And the way I do it is I go through different prayer or different poses in prayer. I offer ma'at, I pour the libation, I burn the incense, and I make the food offering, and I bless the house. No different than a Muslim, no different than a Christian, etc., etc., etc. Hebrew as well.
All right, perfect. Rodney?
Well, like I said previously, I'm still kind of like a seeker. So I like to use the term the creator. But in terms of that, like how I do is I really just meditate and try to get back into like the good things to eat, like really taking care of your food for the soul, exercises, stuff that you all through meditation. I believe that you could tap into the creator and what he has in store for us for the future. And really, that's it. I'm not going to claim no particular who God or whatnot, but the creator, I feel like you can tap into him, and that by meditation and various other practices and stuff like that.
Definitely. Again, okay, so the question is, what's the question again? Do you worship God? And if so, how do you worship God? Do I worship God? Yeah. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So from my understanding, there is, God manifests himself, or the deity or the nature manifests himself in different various forms and manifestations, different forms, different manifestations, and so forth. Okay. And each one of those different forms and manifestations is, how can I put it? There is different acts and forms of worship you give to each and every single one of those manifestations within inside of nature. Okay, there is various forms of manifestations. Therefore, there's various forms of worship, so to speak. Now, in that being said, one of the best forms of worship is the worship of imitation. There is a saying that imitation is the best or the most sincerest form of flattery, or the best way you can give compliment or praise to an individual is to actually emulate that individual. okay, is to emulate it. So for example, you know, you have Muslims, they want to be, you know, they follow the sunnah of the prophet, peace be upon him. You have Christians that want to be Christ-like and so forth. Emulation is the best form of flattery or praise and so forth. So in that being said, you know, one has to come to the acknowledgement of the different manifestations of the creator, so to speak. So, or the different forms of divinity or deity or nature or necheru, depending on which school of thought you're coming from. Now, in the forms of the creator, the best form of worship to the creator, in my personal opinion, is now studying the aspects of what a creator is, okay, and then emulating that which a creator is. So, you know, a lot of people say, yeah, I worship the creator, but if you was really worshiping the creator and not just being a speculator or a fan and just admiring and clapping, you would actually do the works of a creator and actually become a creator in yourself. So one of those things is what is taught in the ancient Egyptian text, Hermetica, and so forth. You're taught to actually be a multiplier. Okay, to be a multiplier or to be an addition to the ecosystem that you're living in. Okay, so you're supposed to have children. Okay, you're supposed to have children. You're supposed to educate your children. You're supposed to multiply. Number one, go forth and multiply and so forth. That's like the very first commandment that's actually given in the Bible itself, is to actually go forth, replenish the earth, and multiply. So that's one of the best forms of you know, emulation of the creator, is to do the works of the creator, adding towards the creation itself, creating new life yourself, or creating things in your environment itself. So one of these things is one of my offerings to the creator itself, is by creating something like this that I can give to actually benefit you know, over 30,000 subscribers actually we have on Titans TV. This is one of my offerings to the creator by creating this. Okay, is creating something like this that everybody else can benefit from. Okay, another thing is obviously the you know, divine aspect inside of me, which is the Kalam, or which is the Jehuti principle as well. Jehuti was an observer. Okay, he recorded things within inside of nature. So as you see me right now, I'm here at Speaker's Corner. I'm recording great information, great battles between Haru and Satuk, or Horus and Set, where we have these different combatants that are coming together and they're fighting it out, and they're giving it to you. I'm just literally repeating the drama of the ancients, or repeating the dramas of the deities themselves, and giving it to you live in front of you. Most people are not even actually understanding what I'm doing, but that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm actually giving you these things. I'm emulating the creator and actually giving it to you right here in the right here and right now. I'm educating you. I'm giving you some divine speech. I'm giving you this information. You know, the other day they was telling me that, oh, you know what, like you never stick up for such and such. But then there's somebody else says, you know what, I always see Kalam. He's always jumping from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. He's always sticking up for the Christians, and he's always giving some information to the Muslims and so forth. There is that going on. And if we look at the deity Jehuti, that's literally what he did. He helped out Satuk, and then he helped out Horus, and they tried to create a balance of in life. So this is kind of what I do. I try to emulate the aspects of divinity and give it forth into humanity itself. I do other acts of creation, which is prayer, incense burning, and offerings and so forth like that. But these are things that, you know, every single aspect of the creator holds a different function of worship you give. The primordial monad, or the Nun aspect, or the Amun principle, is the principle that I love personally, and that is my meditation principle. That's when I go into meditation, where I'm neither talking or anything like that. I'm literally becoming one with divinity, or becoming one with the unstirred one, becoming one with the undifferentiated one, clearing my mind and just focusing on one thing. Then I actually like to become the Ptah principle, or the Atum principle, where I now want to manifest things from my heart. I now want to survey my heart and then speak things out into existence that I want to do in the future, or will do right now. So there's a whole heap of things that I personally do as acts of worship. I don't want to monologue for too long, because I can do that real nicely. But you know, these are the things that I personally do. Emulation is the best and sincerest form of worship, in my opinion. Okay, and that's what I particularly love doing. I think, you know, is there any more questions real quickly? Because, you know, we've gone way over. Any questions? Any comments?
Nah, bro, that's me. That was good, man. I liked. I like that little dialogue. I like the Muslim brother Marvin when he came in. It was good that he was asking those type of questions. Gave us a bit of time to be able to answer him and see what questions is on his mind. I could see that he had a lot of questions on his mind that he wanted to answer and know and try to make sense of. So that was good. You know what I mean? Well, I was gonna ask him though, if he knew. I was gonna ask him what was the reason. Well, I started kind of touching a little bit. I was gonna ask him what was the reason for Allah creating this, creating him. What was the purpose of him creating him, and see what answer he had. You know what I mean? But we can leave that for another day.
Definitely, we'll leave that for another day. You know what, this has been great. I'm just thinking of anything else that we need to touch on before we actually have to go. You know, you just reminded me of something as well. Oh yeah, we're actually gonna have Queen Afua coming over here to the UK on the 14th of May. I believe it's 14th of May. And I know she wants to actually come onto the show as well. She definitely wants to come onto the show. And so we should be seeing her on the show soon. I know it's meant to be tomorrow, but I don't know if we'll be able to do that. So we're going to see what's going on in that respect. I'm just reading the comments. Do you believe in Kemeticism? Does Titans TV have a secret agenda? Yes, I have a secret agenda, which is to take over the world and to rule it. The whole of Africa was called Ethiopia. So sorry, I've been a bad host because I haven't actually been able to read out your comments throughout the whole of this show. I'm just going through them right now. Yeah, right. Kalam, the first law in the Bible. Islam, not real. Okay. Okay. So there's a lot of comments going on. This is what I would like for you guys to do real quickly is to tag my name, tag Titans TV with any questions that you would like to have. If there's anything that's puzzling you or you would like to know real quickly, because really and truly we put on these shows not for ourselves or myself personally, it's for you guys to actually benefit from. So if there's any questions or comments that you would like actually to be read out right now whilst we're still live on air, please ask away and please send your comments. It's after 2 o'clock in the morning, so please, sorry that our energy levels might be low and some of us needs to go, and so forth. Let's see. Shoot with your questions. Where are the hard questions? He needs a book. Poor Sarah. Okay. You know, another thing is I would really love to see my Kemetic brothers to stand up. You know what? I was actually, you know, looking, you know, Speaker's Corner. We have, you know, the Muslims, they have their community. You have the Christians, they have the community, and so forth. And you know, one thing that we don't do as Kemetics or whatever else that you belong to is proselytize. You know, a lot of people that go there, they go there to win people's souls, so to speak, or to convert people to their religion. So I want to know, like, should the Kemetics be actually proselytizing? Should they set up communities just like the Hebrews have their camps over here? They have their communities set up. Where are our Kemetic communities set up over here in the UK? I know we have it sporadically, but we should have these things where we actually have our teachings being taught. Okay, and I'm talking about Kemetics as a whole, as in the whole of African community. So wherever you are from an Ifa community, where are you? And should you not be, you know, teaching your information to the public? Please come down to Speaker's Corner and teach the people the information. If you're from the Ashanti tribe and you have the Abosum and so forth like that, come down and teach that information so the community may know, and those people may actually even warm to it and even, you know, convert, so to speak. We had a brother, Alex, from the Caribbean. You know, he converted to Islam, I believe, last week. You know, after giving these claps for that, for actually choosing something that he personally believes in, he's found his truth. I would really love for everybody to find their truths, whether you're a Hebrew, Kemetic, Muslim, whatever it is. I don't really care. Whichever path you find and it makes you happy and it does great things in your life, I applaud that. Okay, I definitely applaud that. So I want to know, you know, we see it taking place over here where people are converting to Hebrewism, converting to Islam, but is anybody converting to the Kemetic information And should we have a Kemetic society or Kemetic institute which teaches the people the information? Again, when I say Kemet, it could be the ancient Egyptian way of life. It could be the Yoruba way of life. It could be the Ashanti way of life. It could be whichever, African culture you belong to. Should you have a community and an institution that teaches your way of life? I'll quickly read out your questions or your comments. What prophecy to do you believe regarding the conscious? What prophecy to do you believe regarding the conscious community? I don't really understand that question. Boom. Kalam's agenda is cultural renewal and spiritual enlightenment. I love that. That's right. Dean before Dunya 1. He asks, or she asks, I don't know who it is, ask to have me on the show. Well, the best way to come onto the show is my Facebook information is inside of the, where is this? It's inside of the description box down below. Simply go on there. You can find my Facebook information, Kalam SPL. You could literally message me, can have some communication with me. I can invite you onto a link. I can assess who you are, and then we can see if we can have you onto the show as well. Real quickly, what's on? I love and respect Sarah Garvey and all that he talks about. The brother is raw and uncut facts. Indeed. Brother Polite said there is no gods in Egypt. Your thoughts? Love of God says that, Brother Polite said there's no gods in ancient Egypt. It depends on your definition of God. Obviously, the ancient Egyptians had a very naturalistic conceptualization of the divine realm or divinity. So, technically speaking, gods tend to be supernatural, where therefore it's not part of the Kemetic ideology where a god is supernatural, because all gods belong to nature, so to speak. So the divinity or the deities are part of nature, are nature, and you can see it within inside of nature, and you come to know it inside of nature. There is only one deity within inside of the whole Kemetic pantheon, so to speak, or manifestations of the original monad or the original one, which is the Amun, the unknown or the hidden principle, which is transcendental, which is not supernatural, but just not part of its creation where you can get to know it, so to speak. Let me just make sure I got all of your comments and questions out the way. Nothing changes when the father of man can exist in the continents named Africa. Okay, can require. Okay. All right, so that's that. Another thing is, I would love for my brothers and sisters who are still here, okay, you know what I love to do? I love to promote other people's information. So what I'm going to do now is quickly share my screen. Let me just share my screen, screen share, whilst we're all here together. So for those of you lot who haven't already subscribed to the channel, please hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button right here. And Titans TV, we literally do a lot of conscious lectures, discussions, debates, and interviews. Wow. And interviews and so forth. So you can kind of check out all of our interviews and debates on here. So most of the Talk with the Titans are usually interviews with Titans or study sessions that we do. So please check out all of these ones. It's crazy. They've got so much people that have come onto the show before. Seti, Young Pharaoh, Anka Kek, Amon Ra Squad, Brother Polite, Tariq Nasheed, Ranoka Rashidi, Dr. Charles Finch, Brother Rahim Shabazz, so many different people. But check out the new debates. This new debate here, Sarah versus Somali Muslim, Universe Expanding, Speaker's Corner. This is the newest one out so far. Real interesting debate. But what I want you lot guys to do, if you're still here, is please go and check out Sarah's channel. He's got a new video that's dropped. Let me make sure I go onto his channel first and foremost. He's done 3 videos now. Okay, so this is Sarah's Corner part 3. Okay, part 3 of Sarah's Corner, and he went in to do with the different philosophies, different, I don't even know, the sociology of the different man. So the ice man and the solar man, and then the different concepts of to do with the object to person ratio versus the person to person ratio and so forth. This is a splendid video. It's artistically done. Like, you're gonna love this. So please, if you haven't already, check out his video and subscribe to his channel, because he's dropping new videos literally weekly. Let me just see one more last thing. I don't know, I'm not saying this is how I feel. I don't come on because they're currently a lot of controversy. Do you know about Negro? And it's very funny about my Muslim brothers. You know, they always have some form of criticism for us, or some form of criticism for Titans TV. They always want to criticize what we are doing. I don't know why. I really don't know why. They had a problem with, which is so funny, Speaker's Corner. They have always a problem. If I put something like intellectual Christian in a title, they have a problem. How can you say somebody's intellectual? That's not good. If you say he's intellectual, does that mean the other person isn't intellectual? Or could it just be that, you know, you don't really come across a lot of intellectual Christians at Speaker's Corner? Could that be a possibility? And this person stands out and he's actually intellectual. Could that be it? Could that really be it? But no, it's a misleading title. The person isn't intellectual. Okay. But when we go to your Dawa channels, you know, you have all these different mad titles, which is one-sided. You don't criticize your brothers, do you? You don't criticize them and say that they're biased. Clearly, every single Dawa channel out there is biased towards Islam. But then you want to come to my channel and say, brother, why are you making Islam look this way, or whatever? Bruv, like, please, like, you don't have your own channel. Do whatever you want to do on your channel. Don't come here to talk some nonsense to me, bruv. Really don't do it. I really despise it when you lot come to this channel to talk some nonsense. This is the only free channel in the UK that I'm aware of that even attends Speaker's Corner, where everybody is invited. Muslims, Christians, atheists, Jews, whatever you are, Kemetic is invited on the channel, and you're all welcome to have your equal say. Please invite me to your Muslim channel and let me say what I want to say, or invite atheists onto their channel and let them speak freely what they want to say. It doesn't happen. So please don't come to me to criticize me and tell me some nonsense when you lot can't even live up to your own standards, when this is the only channel that's free media where everybody is represented on this channel. No other channel is represented. Everybody's represented like this channel. Okay. But if you lot are happy watching your Dawa channels, stay there, be a part of the Dawa community, be part of the Muslim community. That's fine. I'm not really asking you to come over here. But if you want to be enlightened and you're not ignorant and you're not small-minded and you want to hear the opinions and views and perspectives of different people and find out how you can learn from them, or even challenge their ideologies, or even have your ideologies challenge itself, then this is the channel for you. If you want to grow mentally and spiritually and physically, this is the channel for you. But if you want to stay one-minded, stay over there and leave, and, you know, keep doing what you're doing over there. I don't really want you to come over here. It's only if you want to be enlightened and you want to actually share your information, you come to this channel. Okay, let me just, okay, cool. All right, I'm finished with my little tirade. My brothers, what you saying? Rodney, what you saying, King? What you saying?
What's going on? I mean, I don't really have nothing to really touch on. We kind of touched on, you know, a lot of things today. I mean, it was some things, some questions I kind of have for Gabriel. I don't know if this is really the time for him, but you know, just concerning Anunnaki, you know, going deep into that. But that's a whole nother. You know, I want to get into a little combo with Gabriel about that. Just kind of, because, you know, I'm still learning, you know, as we go. So definitely.
So you know what this one I'm gonna do? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm like, oh, bro, we actually had Konsu in here. Damn, son. We need to have more Team Osiris on. This one I'm going to do is we're going to definitely have like an off-air conversation amongst the brothers and so forth. Hopefully we could do some more shows. We could definitely do some more shows. And I think for these shows, I would really love to elucidate more of the Kemetic understanding and teachings, because I believe a lot of brothers and sisters out there are gravitating towards the Kemetic information. There's other brothers and sisters out there that are simply curious about the Kemetic information. And thirdly, there's brothers and sisters out there that just simply want to refute the information, so they need ammunition to actually refute it. So I definitely want to put forward more shows to actually bring to light the Kemetic understanding and teachings and so forth. And I definitely think that a lot of our brothers and sisters out there should have some fundamental books with them to be armed with, such as the Egyptian texts themselves, to kind of come to an understanding what the ancient Egyptians thought themselves. And I definitely think that, purchasing things like the pyramid text, the coffin text, the Book of the Dead, the Book of the Amadouat, the Book of the Caverns, the Book of the Two Ways, the Book of Breathings, and so forth, would actually furnish your mind with ancient Egyptian thought. Go into the wisdom teachings as well. And you could literally go into Budge's books. Most of Budge's books, you can go online, just type in E.A. Wallace Budge, and even in Wikipedia, and I'm sure they will give you a whole list of reading material that he has. And because he's gone past the copyright date, I think copyright date is like 30 years or 50 years, I'm not too sure, I believe it's 30 years. Once it's gone past that mark, you can download these books. It's made open in the public domain generally, and you can kind of download these books and have them on PDF. So I would actually say do that, kind of learn a lot of your stuff via the ancient Egyptian texts themselves rather than secondhand information. Okay, because on here I love to just quote books and give you references, because I don't really see much places giving references and quotes and things where you can look up your stuff. I love to do that, so you lot can actually go out and actually do your research. We are not trying to breed blind followers or blind believers. I want you to take my mystical principles of becoming a walking, talking, living question mark. I want you to question everything. I want you to investigate, okay? Investigate. One of my famous sayings is uninvestigated, I believe it's uninvestigated, I may be quoting it wrong, an uninvestigated mind is literally a worthless mind. Like, you need to be able to investigate things. Investigate. If that's one principle I can bestow upon you, is please investigate. Don't simply believe what people say. Go and read the material. Go and do the experiments or experiences yourself. Let's read in your comments real quickly. Gabs, are you still there, or are you sleeping off?
Yo, I'm there, man.
You're still there.
Yeah, I'm still there. Yeah. I heard what the brother was saying. He said he wanted us to have a chat on that Anunnaki stuff. Yeah, man. Whenever he's ready, man, we can have a nice little chat on that dialogue. But I'm here, man. I'm here, bro.
We'll do that.
It was good, man. It was good. That was a good show, man.
Trust me. And I'm upset, man. Hilarious. I was waiting for Hilarious to come on, my Christian Zulu brother to come on, man. I wanted to hear what he had to say. But maybe next time. Asar as well, I need to holler at you. I definitely need you to come up with a show idea for you to kind of teach the people more about ancient Egypt, more about Kemetic philosophy. You dig? So actually, let me think though. What shall we do next? Hopefully, I'll get some comments and questions in.
You know what you should do, Brother Kalam? Since we're talking about the different texts, you need to, you should bring up subjects on ancient Kemet, and you should bring people on who are supposedly Remet stylists and see what they have to add to a particular text. And this way we can see, we can compare, we can get the notes, we can see what stelas they're getting it from, what papyrus they're getting it from. Pick like about 5 different subjects, bring some of the so-called specialists on, and let's see what they can pull up. Let's see what knowledge they actually have, and let's see their spirituality system. I'm a heck in the chair. I praise the divine. So, that's what you need to see. You need to know those who can actually give what we claim we can do.
That's real. That's real talk. That's real talk. We don't just want to hear talk. We want to know. We want to know that you're living this thing. We want to know that you're living this. That's real. So you know what? I'm actually going to thank everybody who's joined us so far. What I'm going to ask you to do, please, kindly, yeah, hit the share button, hit the share button, hit the share button. Let everybody know that we was on here on Titans TV. We was going into some real powerful information. We was going into, you know, the God concept, whether the Abrahamic gods are the same or similar in function or in actuality as the Kemetic ones. What is the Kemetic God concept or Kemetic deity concept or Kemetic nature concept or Necheru concept, depending on, you know, the lingua franca that we're using. What else were we talking about? We're talking about the creation story, the creation of the universe. We're also talking about the creation of man, and our conceptualization of us as mankind in comparison to the rest of the religions understanding. So for example, we have the understanding from the Christians that we were made in God's image, or the Hebrews were made in God's image. The Muslims were simply slaves of God. Kemet literally tells us that we have two natures. Basically, we have the divine nature, which is created in the image and the likeness as of God, which we've been given the breath of life from him. So we inhabit certain aspects of divinity from him, but we also have a second nature, which is the slave nature, you know, that Islam kind of gravitates to, which is our physical body, or the earthly nature. And that earthly nature can cause us to die, basically. And that is physical or literal physical mortal death, or spiritual death, in the sense that if we give up our divinity and let our physical body run wild, and we become immoral individuals, you know, lustful individuals, we become you know, individuals that lie or deceit, or all of these different things that the body inhabits, we now become dead spiritually and dead physically, because those things lead to physical death. But obviously the divine nature that we do have inside of us is what we should be aspiring to. We went on to the purpose of us as human beings as well, which is not simply from the Islamic perspective, is simply to worship God. I believe it's to be a slave and to worship God. The Christians, we didn't get our brother to come in and actually speak when he had. But from the Kemetic understanding, what is the Kemetic understanding? Kemetic understanding is that we are divine, and our goal is to return back to divinity to have life. So we have light and life that we come from. We come from light and life, and our objective is to get back to light and life, and to understand our purpose via our nature, our environment, and our ancestors giving us our names, etc., and the cosmos giving us our identity. This is our purpose from the Kemetic understanding. So yeah, I think that's what we touched on, and we also touched upon worship of the deity. How do we worship the deity? We have you know, different yet similar understandings of how we should worship the deity, in terms of prayers, praising, you know, doing certain positions in our prayers. That's a very good conversation. You know, why do Muslims pray like certain things, or Christians use certain ways of praying? And what is the Kemetic version of prayer? How do we position ourselves in prayer? What times of day do we pray, etc., etc.? Like, you know, did these religions get out their prayer methods from us? Because I'm pretty sure we can ask these religions, why do you do certain positions and prostrations in prayer? But they have no answer. Generally speaking, when I've come to the understanding, they have no answer. They simply do it. But from a Kemetic understanding, there was particular positions that represented symbolically certain things, and that's why we was doing those things. But that's another story, full stop. So we went into the acts of worship and so forth, and now we're just rounding up and seeing what the consensus from our audience has to say about questions or commentary that they have to give us. But yo, I am extremely tired. I'm up early tomorrow morning, and I'm still here talking with the family because I love y'all. Again, I haven't even said it again. You know what? We had somebody who actually donated some money to us today, which was incredible. So please, if you can, hit the super chat button. There's literally a super chat button down there right now. Or if you're watching the recorded show, please, there is in the description box somewhere, there is like a Patreon link or something like that, or GoFundMe link. Go there and please donate some money to help us keep on going, okay? Because we definitely do need your help to actually put on these great shows, to do the editing. And there was somebody out there as well who was a editor. Yeah, hit me up if you want to jump on board and do some editing. I've got a whole backlog of videos that I personally cannot actually edit myself, okay? Well, I can edit myself, but it's going to take me a long time. So if I can get somebody who can actually help out and do that for me, oh, man, I will love you forever. Trust me. And not only me will love you forever, the audience will love you forever. Because unfortunately, I don't have enough time in the day to actually do the things like this and dedicate this to you. Obviously, if there was monetary help, I can start paying people or whatever the case is to do these things. So please, if you can, donate away, and that would be a great help. Right about now, we're going to sign off and we're going to have a nice chat with the brothers behind the scene and see what's really good. What do you all think? Actually, no, before I go, my last question is, should I split this video up into 2 parts? Okay. Should I split this video up in 2 parts where I'm going to literally slice the video at 2-hour mark, or I don't know, I think we're going on for 4 hours, it's saying down here. So I'm going to slice this video up in 2 parts, if I still can, actually. I don't even know if I still can. Slice it up in 2 parts so that we can all, so it's not such a arduous watch. Let me know if I should split it into 2 parts. One yes.
Half in 2 parts, bro.
Same, 2 parts.
Yeah, 2 parts. We'll do that then. We'll do that. And before I go, we've got over 100 people tuning right now. Please hit the like button, man. Show us your love, man. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Yeah, Kalam, most people have short attention spans. Yeah, hit the like button, please. Hit the like button. See, I'm seeing it going up. Go on, hit the like button. Just keep hitting the like button. Let everybody know that you're loving us. But yeah, I'm going to sign off now. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Peace.